Situational Awareness. The Decade Ahead by Leopold Aschenbrenner. Dedicated to Ilya Sutskever. While I used to work at OpenAI, all of this is based on publicly available information, my own ideas, general field knowledge, or SF gossip. Thank you to Colin Burns, Avi Albalwit, Carl Schulman, Jen Like, Ilya Sutskever, Holden Karnofsky, Sholto Douglas, James Bradbury, Dwarkesh Patel, and many others for formative discussions. Thank you to many friends for feedback on earlier drafts. Thank you to Joe Ronan for help with graphics and Nick Whitaker for publishing help. You can see the future first in San Francisco. Over the past year, the talk of the town has shifted from $10 billion compute clusters to $100 billion clusters to trillion-dollar clusters. Every 6 months another zero is added to the boardroom plans. Behind the scenes, there's a fierce scramble to secure every power contract still available for the rest of the decade, every voltage transformer that can possibly be procured. American big business is gearing up to pour trillions of dollars into a long-unseen mobilization of American industrial might. By the end of the decade, American electricity production will have grown tens of percent. From the shale fields of Pennsylvania to the solar farms of Nevada, hundreds of millions of GPUs will hum. The AGI race has begun. We are building machines that can think and reason. By 2025-26, these machines will outpace college graduates. By the end of the decade, they will be smarter than you or I. We will have superintelligence, in the true sense of the word. Along the way, national security forces not seen in half a century will be unleashed, and before long, the project will be on. If we're lucky, we'll be in an all-out race with the CCP. If we're unlucky, an all-out war. Everyone is now talking about AI, but few have the faintest glimmer of what is about to hit them. NVIDIA analysts still think 2024 might be close to the peak. Mainstream pundits are stuck on the willful blindness of it's just predicting the next word. They see only hype in business as usual, at most they entertain another internet-scale technological change. Before long, the world will wake up. But right now, there are perhaps a few hundred people, most of them in San Francisco, in the AI labs, that have situational awareness. Through whatever peculiar forces of fate, I have found myself amongst them. A few years ago, these people were derided as crazy, but they trusted the trend lines, which allowed them to correctly predict the AI advances of the past few years. Whether these people are also right about the next few years remains to be seen. But these are very smart people, the smartest people I have ever met, and they are the ones building this technology. Perhaps they will be an odd footnote in history, or perhaps they will go down in history like Szilard and Oppenheimer and Teller. If they are seeing the future even close to correctly, we are in for a wild ride. Let me tell you what we see. Contents. Introduction 3. History is live in San Francisco. From GPT for to AGI, counting the OM7. AGI by 2027 is strikingly plausible. GPT-2 to GPT for took us from preschooler to smart high schooler abilities in 4 years. Tracing trend lines in compute, 0.5 orders of magnitude or OM/year, algorithmic efficiencies, 0.5 OM/year, and unhobbling gains from chatbot to agent. We should expect another preschooler to high schooler-sized qualitative jump by 2027. 2. From AGI to superintelligence, the intelligence explosion 46. AI progress won't stop at human level. Hundreds of millions of AGIs could automate AI research, compressing a decade of algorithmic progress. 5+ OMs into 1 year. We would rapidly go from human level to vastly superhuman AI systems. The power and the peril of superintelligence would be dramatic. 3. The challenge is 74. 3A. Racing to the trillion-dollar cluster 75. The most extraordinary techno-capital acceleration has been set in Emotion. As AI revenue grows rapidly, many trillions of dollars will go into GPU, data center, and power bill-out before the end of the decade. The industrial mobilization, including growing U.S. electricity production by tens of percent, will be intense. 3B. Lock down the labs, security for AGI 89. The nation's leading AI labs treat security as an afterthought. Currently, they're basically handing the key secrets for AGI to the CCP on a silver platter. Securing the AGI secrets and weights against the state actor threat will be an immense effort, and we're not on track. 5. 3C. Superalignment 105. Reliably controlling AI systems much smarter than we are is an unsolved technical problem. And while it is a solvable problem, things could very easily go off the rails during a rapid intelligence explosion. Managing this will be extremely tense. Failure could easily be catastrophic. IID. The free world must prevail. 126. Superintelligence will give a decisive economic and military advantage. China isn't at all out of the game yet. In the race to AGI, the free world's very survival will be at stake. Can we maintain our preeminence over the authoritarian powers? And will we manage to avoid self-destruction along the way? 4. The Project 141. As the race to AGI intensifies, the national security state will get involved. The USG will wake from its slumber, and by 27/28 will get some form of government AGI project. No startup can handle superintelligence. Somewhere in a SCF, the endgame will be on. V. Parting thoughts. 156. What if we're right? Appendix 162. I. From GPT-4 to AGI, counting the OMs. AGI by 2027 is strikingly plausible. GPT-2 to GPT-4 took us from preschooler to smart high schooler abilities in, for years. Tracing trend lines in compute, 0.5 orders of magnitude or OMs/year, algorithmic efficiencies, 0.5 OMs/year. And unhobbling gains from chatbot to agent, we should expect another preschooler to high schooler-sized qualitative jump by 2027. Look, the models, they just want to learn. You have to understand this. The models, they just want to learn. Ilya Sutskever. Circa 2015, via Dario Amodei. GPT-4's capabilities came as a shock to many. An AI system that could write code and essays, could reason through difficult math problems, and ace college exams. A few years ago, most thought these were impenetrable walls. But GPT-4 was merely the continuation of a decade of breakneck progress in deep learning. A decade earlier, models could barely identify simple images of cats and dogs. For years, liar, GPT-2 could barely string together semi-plausible sentences. Now we are rapidly saturating all the benchmarks we can come up with. And yet this dramatic progress has merely been the result of consistent trends in scaling up deep learning. There have been people who have seen this for far longer. They were scoffed at, but all they did was trust the trend lines. The Situational Awareness 8. Trend lines are intense, and they were right. The models, they just want to learn. You scale them up, and they learn more. I make the following claim. It is strikingly plausible that by 2027, models will be able to do the work of an AI researcher/engineer. That doesn't require believing in sci-fi. It just requires believing in straight lines on a graph. Figure 1. Rough estimates of past and future scale-up of effective compute, both physical compute and algorithmic efficiencies, based on the public estimates discussed in this piece. As we scale models, they consistently get smarter, and by counting the OMs, we get a rough sense of what model intelligence we should expect in the near future. This graph shows only the scale-up in base models. Unhob links are not pictured. In this piece, I will simply count the OMs. OM equals order of magnitude. 10x equals 1 order of magnitude. Look at the trends. In 1, compute. 2, algorithmic efficiencies, algorithmic progress that we can think of as growing effective compute. In 3, unhobbling gains, fixing obvious ways in which models are hobbled by default, unlocking latent capabilities and giving them tools, leading to step changes in usefulness. We trace Situational Awareness 9. The growth in each over 4 years before GPT-4 and what we should expect in the 4 years after, through the end of 2027. Given deep learning's consistent improvements for every OM of effective compute, we can use this to project future progress. Publicly, things have been quiet for a year since the GPT-4 release, as the next generation of models has been in the oven, leading some to proclaim stagnation and that deep learning is hitting a wall. Footnote 1, but by counting the OMs, we get a peek at what we should actually expect. Footnote 1 predictions they've made every year for the last decade, and which they've been consistently wrong about. The upshot is pretty simple. GPT-2 to GPT-4 for models that were impressive for sometimes managing to string together a few coherent sentences to models that ace high school exams was not a one-time gain. We are racing through the OMs extremely rapidly, and the numbers indicate we should expect another 100 0.000x effective compute scale-up, resulting in another GPT-2 to GPT-4 sized qualitative jump over 4 years. Moreover, and critically, that doesn't just mean a better chatbot. Picking the many obvious low-hanging fruit on unhobbling gains should take us from chatbots to agents, from a tool to something that looks more like drop-in remote worker replacements. While the inference is simple, the implication is striking. Another jump like that very well could take us to AGI, to models as smart as PhDs or experts that can work beside us as co-workers. Perhaps most importantly, if these AI systems could automate AI research itself, that would set in motion intense feedback loops, the topic of the next piece in the series. Even now, barely anyone is pricing all this in. But situational awareness on AI isn't actually that hard. Once you step back and look at the trends, if you keep being surprised by AI capabilities, just start counting the OMs. Situational awareness 10. The last 4 years. We have machines now that we can basically talk to like humans. It's a remarkable testament to the human capacity to adjust, that this seems normal, that we've become inured to the pace of progress. But it's worth stepping back and looking at the progress of just the last few years. GPT-2 to GPT-4. Let me remind you of how far we came in just the 4 years leading up to GPT-4. GPT-2 2019, preschooler. Wow, it can string together a few plausible sentences. A very cherry-picked example of a semi-coherent story about unicorns in the Andes it generated was incredibly impressive at the time. And yet GPT-2 could barely count to 5 without getting tripped up. Footnote 2 when summarizing an article, it just barely outperformed selecting 3 random sentences from the article. Footnote 3. Footnote 2 from SSC. Janelle Shane asks GPT-2 its 10 favorite animals. Prompt. My 10 favorite animals are 1. My 10 favorite animals are 1. Zebras with a white scar on the back. 2. Insidious spiders and octopus. 3. Frog with large leaves, hopefully black. 4. Cockatiel with scales. 5. Razorbill with wings hanging about for inches from one's face and a heart. Tattoo on a frog. 3. Cacatric interlocking tetrapods that can be blind, cut, and eaten raw. 4. Black and white desert crocodiles living in sunlight. 5. Zebra and many other bugs. Footnote 3 from the GPT-2 paper, section 3.6. Figure 2. Some examples of what people found impressive about GPT-2 at the time. Left, GPT-2 doesn't okay job on extremely basic reading comprehension questions. Right, in a cherry-picked sample, best of 10 tries, GPT-2 can write a semi-coherent paragraph that says some semi-relevant things about the Civil War. Comparing AI capabilities with human intelligence is difficult and flawed, but I think it's informative to consider the analogy. Situational awareness 11. Here, even if it's highly imperfect, GPT-2 is shocking for its command of language and its ability to occasionally generate a semi-cohesive paragraph or occasionally answer simple factual questions correctly. It's what would have been impressive for a preschooler. GPT-3 2020, footnote 4 elementary schooler. Wow, with just some few shot examples it can do some simple useful tasks. It started being cohesive over even multiple paragraphs much more consistently and could correct grammar and do some very basic arithmetic. For the first time, it was also commercially useful in a few narrow ways. For example, GPT-3 could generate simple copy for SEO and marketing. Footnote 4 I mean clunky old GPT-3 here, not the dramatically improved GPT 3.5 you might know from ChatGPT. Figure 3. Some examples of what people found impressive about GPT-3 at the time. Top, after a simple instruction, GPT-3 can use a made-up word in a new sentence. Bottom left. GPT-3 can engage in rich storytelling. Back and forth. Bottom right. GPT-3 can generate some very simple code. Again, the comparison is imperfect, but what impressed PEOPLE about GPT-3 is perhaps what would have been impressive. For an elementary schooler, it wrote some basic poetry, could tell richer and coherent stories, could start to do rudimentary situational awareness 12. coding could fairly reliably learn from simple instructions and demonstrations, and so on. GPT-4 2023, Smart High Schooler. Wow, it can write pretty sophisticated code and iteratively debug. It can write intelligently and sophisticatedly about complicated subjects. It can reason. Through difficult high school competition math, it's beating the vast majority of high schoolers on whatever test we can give it, etc. From code to math to Fermi estimates, it can think and reason. GPT-4 is now useful in my daily tasks, from helping write code to revising drafts. Situational Awareness 13. Figure 4. Some of what people found impressive about GPT for when it was released from the Sparks of AGI paper. Top. It's writing very complicated code, producing the plots shown in the mid-glee, and can reason through non-trivial math problems. Bottom left. Solving an AP math problem. Bottom right. Solve a fairly complex coding problem. More interesting excerpts from that exploration of GPT-4's capabilities here. Situational Awareness 14. On everything from AP exams to the SAT, GPT-4 scores better than the vast majority of high schoolers. Of course, even GPT-4 is still somewhat uneven for some tasks. It's much better than smart high schoolers, while there are other tasks it can't yet do. That said, I tend to think most of these limitations come down to obvious ways models are still hobbled, as I'll discuss in depth later. The raw intelligence is mostly there, even if the models are still artificially constrained. It'll take extra work to unlock models being able to fully apply that raw intelligence across applications. Figure 5. Progress over just 4 years. Where are you on this line? The trends in deep learning. The pace of deep learning progress in the last decade has simply been extraordinary. A mere decade ago, it was revolutionary for a deep learning system to identify simple images. Today, we keep trying to come up with novel, ever harder tests. And yet each new benchmark is quickly cracked. It used to take decades to crack widely used benchmarks. Now it feels like mere months. We're literally running out of benchmarks. As an anecdote, my friends Dan and Colin made a benchmark called MLU a few years ago in 2020. They hoped to finally make a benchmark that would stand the test of time, equivalent to all the hardest exams we give high school and college students. Just 3 years later, it's basically solved. Models like GPT-4 and Gemini. Situational Awareness 15. Figure 6. Deep learning systems are rapidly reaching or exceeding human level in many domains. Graphic. Our world and data. Get 90%. More broadly, GPT-4 mostly cracks all the standard high school and college aptitude tests. Figure 7. Footnote 5. Footnote 5. And no, these tests aren't in the train ing set. AI labs put real effort into ensuring these evals are uncontaminated because they need good measurements in order to do good science. A recent analysis on this by Scale AI confirmed that the leading labs aren't overfitting to the benchmarks, though some smaller LLM developers might be juicing their numbers. Or consider the math benchmark, a set of difficult mathemat ICS problems from high school math competitions. Footnote 6. When the benchmark was released in 2021, GPT-3 only got 5% of problems right. And the original paper noted, moreover, we find that simply increasing budgets and model parameter counts will be impractical for achieving strong mathematical reasoning if scaling trends continue. To have more traction on mathematical problem solving, we will likely need new algorithmic advancements from the broader research community. We would need fundamental new breakthroughs to solve math. Or so they thought. A survey of ML researchers predicted min-ML progress over the coming years. Figure 8. Footnote 7. And yet within just a year, by mid-2022, the best models went from 5% to 50% accuracy. Now, math is basically solved, with recent performance over 90%. Footnote 6. In the original paper, it was noted. We also evaluated humans on math and found that a computer science PhD student who does not especially like mathematics attained approximately 40% on math, while a 3-time IMO gold medalist attained 90%, indicating that math can be challenging for humans as well. Footnote 7a. Co-author notes. When our group first released the math dataset, at least one ML researcher colleague told us that it was a pointless dataset because It was too far outside the range of what ML models could accomplish, indeed. I was somewhat worried about this. Myself. Situational Awareness 16. Figure 7. GPT for scores on standardized tests. Note also the large jump from GPT 3.5 to GPT for inhuman percentile. On these tests, often from well below the median human to the very top of the human range. And this is GPT 3.5, a fairly recent model released less than a year before GPT-4, not the clunky old elementary school level GPT-3 we were talking about earlier. Figure 8. Gray. Professional forecasts. Made in August 2021 for June 2022. Performance on the math benchmark. Difficult mathematics problems from high school math competitions. Red. Star. Actual state-of-the-art performance. By June 2022, far exceeding even the upper range forecasters gave. The median ML researcher was even more pessimistic. Situational Awareness 17. Over and over again, year after year, skeptics have claimed deep learning won't be able to do X and have been quickly proven wrong. Footnote 8. If there's one lesson we've learned from the past decade of AI, it's that you should never bet against deep learning. Footnote 8. Here's Jan LeCun predicting in 2022 that even GPT 5000 won't be able to reason about physical interactions with the real world. GPT 4 obviously does it. With these a year later, here's Gary Marcus's walls predicted after GPT 2 being solved by GPT 3 and the walls he predicted after GPT 3 being solved by GPT 4. Here's Professor Brian Kaplan losing his first ever public bet after previously famously having a perfect public betting track record in January 2023. After GPT 3.5 got a D on his economics midterm, Professor Kaplan bet Matthew Barnett that no AI would get an A on his economics midterms by 2029. Just 2 months later, when GPT-4 came out, it promptly scored an A on his midterm, and it would have been one of the highest scores in his class. Now the hardest unsolved benchmarks are tests like GPQA, a set of PhD-level biology, chemistry, and physics questions. Many of the questions read like gibberish to me, and even PhDs in other scientific fields spending 30-plus minutes with Google barely score above random chance. Claude 3 Opus currently gets 60%. Footnote 9 compared to in-domain PhDs who get 80%, and I expect this benchmark to fall as well in the next generation or two. Footnote 9 on the diamond set, majority voting of the model trying 32 times with chain of thought. Situational Awareness 18. Chemistry General. A reaction of a liquid organic compound, which molecules consist of carbon and hydrogen atoms, is performed at 80 centigrade and 20 bar for 24 hours. In the proton nuclear magnetic resonance spectrum, the signals with the highest chemical shift belong to protons near an electron withdrawing group, while the signals with the lowest chemical shift belong to protons far from such a group. Which compound shows such a spectrum? A. Compounds from which position in the periodic system of the elements, which are also used in the corresponding large-scale production process. B. A metal compound from the 5th period and a non-metal compound from the 3rd period. C. A metal compound from the 4th period. D. A metal compound from the 4th period and a non-metal compound from the 2nd period. Organic chemistry. Methylcyclopentadiene, which exists as a fluxional mixture of isomers, was allowed to react with mesodyl isoxazole ketone oxide generated in situ from the corresponding alpha-bromooxime and silver, perchlorated dichloromethane at minus 78 degrees Celsius, as a mixture of isomers with water as a side product. These products are derivatives of fulvene. This product was then allowed to react with inphenolamide, forming a dielsol reduct. After chromatography, a single product was isolated that disappeared. How many chemically distinct isomers make up the final product, not counting stereoisomers? A. 16. B. 8. C. 2. D. 4. Genetics. If a sperm from species A is injected into an egg from species B and both species have the same number of chromosomes, what would be the main cause of the resulting zygote mortality? A. Genomic conflict between sperm and egg DNA. B. Epistatic interactions between the genes of different species. C. Interactions between the sperm and egg mitochondrial DNA leading to death of zygote. D. Chromosomal recombination will not occur in different species. Molecular biology. A scientist studies the stress response of barley to increase temperatures and finds a protein which contributes to heat tolerance through the stabilization of cell membrane. The scientist is very happy and wants to create a heat-tolerant cultivar using this protein. However, after several attempts, the scientist fails to create a stable cultivar expressing this protein upon heat stress. Soon enough, the scientist discovers this protein is not synthesized in the wheat cultivar they study. There are several mechanisms that could explain this observation. Which mechanism is most likely? A. mRNA targets the protein, which makes exonucleases cut it immediately after the end of translation and before folding. B. Trimethylation of lysine of H3 histone in position 27 at the promoter of the gene encoding the target protein. Prevents transcription initiation. C. A stop codon exists in the 5' UTR that triggers nonsense-mediated mRNA decay. D. The proteolysis process disrupts a quaternary structure of the protein, preserving only a tertiary structure. Instead, astrophysics. Astronomers are studying a star with a TEF of approximately 6,000 K. They are interested in spectroscopically determining the surface gravity of the star using spectral lines. They have spectral line measurements from two iron species, Fe-I and Fe-2. Given the most probable temperature range mentioned previously, which of these two elements is more sensitive to surface gravity changes, while EI2 is mostly ionized? Which lines are the most sensitive to surface gravity for the astronomers to consider? A. EI2I neutral. B. EI22 singly ionized. C. Both Fe-I and Fe-2 lines are equally sensitive. D. EI1I neutral. Quantum mechanics. Suppose we have a depolarizing channel operation given by E, rho. The probability, P, of the depolarization state represents the strength of the noise. If the Krauss operators of the given state are A0, A1, A2, and A3, what could be the correct Krauss representation of the state E rho? Table/figure example questions. Table 1. 6 example questions from the dataset, 2 each from subdomains of chemistry, biology, and physics, respectively. Figure 9. Example GPUA questions. Models are already better at this than I am, and will probably crack expert PhD level soon. Situational Awareness 19. Counting the OMs. How did this happen? The magic of deep learning is that it just works, and the trend lines have been astonishingly consistent, despite naysayers at every turn. Figure 10. The effects of scaling compute in the example of OpenAI Sara. With each OM of effective compute, models predictably, reliably get better. Footnote 10. If we can count the OMs, we can, roughly, qualitatively, extrapolate capability improvements. Footnote 11. That's how a few prescient individuals saw GPT for coming. Footnote 10. And it's worth noting just how consistent these trend lines are. Combining the original scaling laws paper with some of the estimates on compute and compute efficiency scaling since then implies a consistent scaling trend. For over 15 orders of magnitude over 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 x in effective compute. Footnote 11. A common misconception is that scal ing only holds for perplexity loss, but we see very clear and consistent scaling behavior on downstream performance, on benchmarks as well. It's usually just a matter of finding the right log-log graph. For example, in the GPT-4 blog post, they show consistent scaling behavior for performance on coding problems over 6 OMs, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 x of compute using MLPR mean log pass rate. The Our Emergent Abilities and Me Rage paper makes a similar point. With the right choice of metric, there is almost always a consistent trend for performance on downstream tasks. More generally, this scaling hypothesis qualitative observation vary clear trends on model capability with scale predates loss scaling curves. The scaling laws work was just a formal measurement of this. We can decompose the progress in the 4 years from GPT-2 to GPT-4 into 3 categories of scale-ups. 1. Compute. We're using much bigger computers to train these models. 2. Algorithmic efficiencies. There's a continuous trend of algorithmic progress. Many of these act as compute multipliers, and we can put them on a unified scale of growing. Effective compute. 3. Unhobbling gains. By default, models learn a lot of amazing raw capabilities, but they are hobbled in all sorts of dumb ways, limiting their practical value. With simple, algorithmic improvements like reinforcement learning from human feedback, RLHF, chain of thought COT, tools, and scaffolding, we can unlock significant latent capabilities. Situational awareness 20. We can count the OMs of improvement along these axes. That is, trace the scale-up for each in units of effective compute. 3x is 0.5 OMs, 10x is 1 OM, 30x is 1.5 OMs, 100x is 2 OMs, and so on. We can also look at what we should expect on top of GPT-4 from 2023 to 2027. I'll go through each one by one, but the upshot is clear. We are rapidly racing through the OMs. There are potential headwinds in the data wall, which I'll address, but overall, it seems likely that we should expect another GPT-2 to GPT-4 sized jump on top of GPT-4 by 2027. Compute. I'll start with the most commonly discussed driver of recent progress, throwing a lot more compute at models. Many people assume that this is simply due to Moore's law. But even in the old days when Moore's law was in its heyday, it was comparatively glacial, perhaps 1 to 1.5 OMs per decade. We are seeing much more rapid scale-ups in compute close to 5x the speed of Moore's law, instead because of mammoth investment. Spending even $1 million on a single model used to be an outrageous thought nobody would entertain, and models on the path to creating a fully automated software engineer. I don't know how well Devin works in practice, and this demo is still very situational awareness 38. Limited compared to what proper chatbot agent unhobbling would yield, but it's a useful teaser of the sort of thing coming soon. By the way, the centrality of unhobbling might lead to a somewhat interesting sonic boom effect in terms of commercial applications. Intermediate models between now and the drop in remote worker will require tons of schlep to change workflows and build infrastructure to integrate and derive economic value from. The drop in remote worker will be dramatically easier to integrate. Just, well, drop them in to automate all the jobs that could be done remotely. It seems plausible that the schlep will take longer than the unhobbling, that is, by the time the drop-in remote worker is able to automate a large number of jobs, intermediate models won't yet have been fully harnessed and integrated, so the jump in economic value gen erad could be somewhat discontinuous. The next 4 years. Putting the numbers together, we should, roughly, expect another GPT-2 to GPT-4 size jump in the 4 years follow GPT-4 by the end of 2027. GPT-2 to GPT-4 was roughly a 4.5 to 6 OM base effective compute scale-up, physical compute and algorithmic efficiencies, plus major unhobbling gains from base model to chatbot. In the subsequent 4 years, we should expect 3 to 6 OMs of base effective compute scale-up, physical compute algorithmic efficiencies, with perhaps a best guess of 5 OMs plus step changes in utility and applications unlocked by unhobbling from chatbot to agent/drop-in remote worker. To put this in perspective, suppose GPT for training took 3 months. In 2027, a leading AI lab will be able to train a GPT-4 level model in a minute. Footnote 30. The OM effective compute scale-up. Footnote 30 on the best guess assumptions on physical compute and algorithmic efficiency scale-ups described above, and simplifying parallelism considerations. In reality, it might look more like 1440, 60 by 24, GPT-4 level models in a day, or similar. Situational awareness 39. Figure 19. Summary of the estimates on drivers of progress in the 4 years preceding GPT-4 and what we should expect in the 4 years following GPT-4. Situational awareness 40. Will be dramatic. Where will that take us? Figure 20. Summary of counting the OMs. GPT-2 to GPT-4 took us from preschooler to smart high schooler, from barely being able to output a few cohesive sentences to acing high school exams and being a useful coding assistant. That was an insane jump. If this is the intelligence gap we'll cover once more, where will that take us? Footnote 31. We should not be surprised if that takes us very, very far. Likely, it will take us to models that can outperform PhDs and the best experts in a field. Footnote 31. Of course, any benchmark we have today will be saturated. But that's not saying much. It's mostly a reflection on the difficulty of making hard enough benchmarks. One neat way to think about this is that the current trend of AI progress is proceeding at roughly 3x the pace of child development. Your 3x speed, child just graduated high school. It'll be taking your job before you know it. Again, critically, don't just imagine an incredibly smart chat GPT. Unhobbling gains should mean that this looks more like a drop-in remote worker, an incredibly smart agent that can reason and plan and error correct and knows everything about you and your company and can work on a problem independently. Situational Awareness 41. Deadly for weeks. We're on course for AGI by 2027. These AI systems will basically be able to automate basically all cognitive jobs. Think, all jobs that could be done remotely. To be clear, the error bars are large. Progress could stall as we run out of data if the algorithmic breakthroughs necessary to crash through the data wall prove harder than expected. Maybe unhobbling doesn't go as far, and we are stuck with merely expert chatbots rather than expert coworkers. Perhaps the decade-long trend lines break, or scaling deep learning hits a wall for real this time, or an algorithmic breakthrough. Even simple unhobbling that unleashes the test time compute overhang could be a paradigm shift, accelerating things further and leading to AGI even earlier. In any case, we are racing through the OMs, and it requires no esoteric beliefs, merely trend extrapolation of straight lines. To take the possibility of AGI, true AGI, by 2027 extremely seriously, it seems like many are in the game of downward defining AGI these days as just as really good chatbot or whatever. What I mean is an AI system that could fully automate my or my friend's job, that could fully do the work of an AI researcher or engineer. Perhaps some areas, like robotics, might take longer to figure out by default. And the societal rollout, e.g., in medical or legal professions, could easily be slowed by societal choices or regulation. But once models can automate AI research itself, that's enough to kick off intense feedback loops, and we could very quickly make further progress. The automated AI engineers themselves solving all the ing bottlenecks to fully automating everything. In particular, millions of automated researchers could very plausibly compress a decade of further algorithmic progress into a year or less. AGI will merely be a small taste of the superintelligence soon to follow. More on that in the next chapter. In any case, do not expect the vertiginous pace of progress to abate. The trend lines look innocent, but their implications are situational awareness 42. Intense. As with every generation before them, every new generation of models will dumbfound most onlookers. They'll be incredulous when, very soon, models solve incredibly difficult science problems that would take PhDs days when they're whizzing around your computer doing your job when they're writing code bases with millions of lines of code from scratch. When every year or two the economic value generated by these models 10xs. Forget sci-fi, count the OMs. It's what we should expect. AGI is no longer a distant fantasy. Scaling up simple deep learning techniques has just worked. The models just want to learn, and we're about to do another 100,000x plus by the end of 2027. It won't be long before they're smarter than us. Figure 21. GPT-4 is just the beginning. Where will we be 4 years later? Do not make the mistake of underestimating the rapid pace of deep learning. Progress, as illustrated by progress in GNs. Situational Awareness 43. Addendum. Racing through the OMs, it's this decade or bust. I used to be more skeptical of short timelines to AGI. One reason is that it seemed unreasonable to privilege this decade, concentrating so much AGI probability mass on it. It seemed like a classic fallacy to think, oh, we're so special. I thought we should be uncertain about what it takes to get AGI, which should lead to a much more smeared out probability distribution over when we might get AGI. However, I've changed my mind. Critically, our uncertainty Over what it takes to get AGI should be over OMs of effective compute rather than over years. We're racing through the OMs this decade. Even at its bygone heyday, Moore's Law was only 1 to 1.5 OMs/decade. I estimate that we will do 5 OMs in 4 years and over 10 this decade overall. Figure 22. Rough projections on effective compute scale-up. We've been racing through the OMs this decade. After the early 2030s, we will face a slow slog. In essence, we're in the middle of a huge scale-up reap one-time gains this decade, and progress through the OMs will be multiples slower thereafter. If the scale-up doesn't get us to AGI in the next 5 to 10 years, it might be a situational awareness 44. Long way out. Spending scale-up. Spending $1 million on a model used to be outrageous. By the end of the decade, we will likely have $100 billion or $1T clusters. Going much higher then that will be hard. That's already basically the feasibility limit, both in terms of what big business can afford, and even just as a fraction of GDP. Thereafter, all we have is glacial 2% per year trend real GDP growth to increase this. Hardware gains. AI hardware has been improving much more quickly than Moore's Law. That's because we've been specializing chips for AI workloads. For example, we've gone from CPUs to GPUs, adapted chips for transformers, and we've gone down to much lower pre-cis-ion number formats, from FP64/FP32 for traditional supercomputing to FP8 on H100s. These are large gains. But by the end of the decade, we'll likely have totally specialized AI-specific chips without much further beyond Moore's Law gains possible. Algorithmic progress. In the coming decade, AI labs will invest tens of billions in algorithmic R&D, and all the smartest people in the world will be working on this. From tiny efficiencies to new paradigms, we'll be picking lots of the low-hanging fruit. We probably won't reach any sort of hard limit, though unhobblings are likely finite, but at the very least the pace of improvements should slow down as the rapid growth in dollar and human capital investments necessarily slows down, e.g., most of the smart STEM talent will already be working on AI. That said, this is the most uncertain to predict, and the source of most of the uncertainty on the OMs in the 2030s on the plot above. Put together, this means we are racing through many more OMs in the next decade than we might in multi-PLE decades thereafter. Maybe it's enough, and we get AGI soon, or we might be in for a long, slow slog. You and I can reasonably disagree on the median time to AGI. Situational Awareness 45. Depending on how hard we think achieving AGI will be. But given how we're racing through the OMs right now, certainly your modal AGI you should sometime later this decade or so. Figure 23. Matthew Barnett has a nice related visualization of this, considering just compute and biological bounds. 2. From AGI to superintelligence, the intelligence explosion. AI progress won't stop at human level. Hundreds of millions of AGIs could automate AI research, compressing a decade of algorithmic progress, 5+ OMs, into 1 year. We would rapidly go from human level to vastly superhuman AI systems. The power and the peril of superintelligence would be dramatic. Let an ultra-intelligent machine be defined as a machine that can far surpass all the intellectual activities of any man, however clever. Since the design of machines is one of these intellectual activities, an ultra-intelligent machine could design even better machines. There would then unquestionably be an intelligence explosion, and the intelligence of man would be left far behind. Thus, the first ultra-intelligent machine is the last invention that man need ever make. 1. J. Good, 1965. The bomb and the super. In the common imagination, the Cold War's terrors principally trace back to Los Alamos with the invention of the atomic bomb. But the bomb alone is perhaps overrated. Going from the bomb to the super, hydrogen bombs was arguably just as important. In the Tokyo air raids, hundreds of bombers dropped thousands of tons of conventional bombs on the city. Later that year, Little Boy dropped on Hiroshima, unleashed similar destructive power in a single device. But just 7 years later, Teller's hydrogen bomb multiplied yields 1,000-fold once again, a single bomb with more explosive power than all of the bombs dropped in the entirety of World War II combined. Situational Awareness 47. The bomb was a more efficient bombing campaign. The super was a country-annihilating device. Footnote 32. Footnote 32 and much of the Cold War's perversities, cf. Daniel Ellsberg's book, stem from merely replacing a bombs with H-bombs, without a just ing nuclear policy and war plans to the massive capability increase. So it will be with AGI and superintelligence. AI progress won't stop at human level. After initially learning from the best human games, AlphaGo started playing against itself, and it quickly became superhuman, playing extremely creative and complex moves that a human would never have come up with. We discussed the path to AGI in the previous piece. Once we get AGI, we'll turn the crank one more time, or two, or three more times, and AI systems will become superhuman, vastly superhuman. They will become qualitatively smarter than you, or I, much smarter, perhaps similar to how you or I are qualitatively smarter than an elementary schooler. The jump to superintelligence would be wild enough at the current rapid but continuous rate of AI progress. If we could make the jump to AGI in 4 years from GPT-4, what might another 4 or 8 years after that bring? But it could be much faster than that if AGI automates AI research itself. Once we get AGI, we won't just have one AGI. I'll walk through the numbers later, but given inference GPU fleets by then, we'll likely be able to run many millions of them, perhaps 100 million human equivalents, and soon after at 10x plus human speed. Even if they can't yet walk around the office or make coffee, they will be able to do ML research on a computer, rather than a few hundred researchers and engineers at a leading AI lab. We'd have more than 100,000x that furiously working on algorithmic breakthroughs day and night. Yes, recursive self-improvement, but no sci-fi required. They would need only to accelerate the existing trend lines of algorithmic progress, currently at 0.5 oms/year. Automated AI research could probably compress a human decade of algorithmic progress into less than a year, and that seems conservative. That'd be 5 plus oms, another GPT-2. Situational Awareness 48. Figure 24. Automated AI research could accelerate algorithmic progress, leading to 5 plus oms of effective compute gains. In a year, the AI systems we'd have, by the end of an intelligence explosion, would be vastly smarter than humans. GPT-4 size jump on top of AGI, a qualitative jump like that, from a preschooler to a smart high schooler, on top of AI systems already as smart as expert AI researchers/engineers. There are several plausible bottlenecks, including limited compute for experiments, complementarities with humans, and algorithmic progress becoming harder, which I'll address, but none seem sufficient to definitively slow things down. Before we know it, we would have superintelligence on our hands, AI systems vastly smarter than humans, capable of novel, creative, complicated behavior we couldn't even begin to understand, perhaps even a small civilization of billions of them. Their power would be vast, too. Applying Superintelligence. Situational Awareness 49. Intelligence to R&D and other fields, explosive progress would broaden from just ML research. Soon they'd solve robotics, make dramatic leaps across other fields of science and technology within years, and an industrial explosion would follow. Superintelligence would likely provide a decisive military advantage and unfold untold powers of destruction. We will be faced with one of the most intense and volatile moments of human history, automating AI research. We don't need to automate everything, just AI research. A common objection to transformative impacts of AGI is that it will be hard for AI to do everything. Look at robotics, for instance. Doubters say that will be a gnarly problem, even if AI is cognitively at the levels of PhDs. Or take automating biology R&D, which might require lots of physical lab work and human experiments. But we don't need robotics. We don't need many things for AI to automate AI research. The jobs of AI researchers and engineers at leading labs can be done fully virtually and don't run into real-world bottlenecks in the same way, though it will still be limited by compute, which I'll address later. And the job of an AI researcher is fairly straightforward in the grand scheme of things. Read ML literature and come up with new questions or ideas, implement experiments to test those ideas. Interpret the results, and repeat. This all seems squarely in the domain where simple extrapolations of current AI capabilities could easily take us to or beyond the levels of the best humans by the end of 2027. Footnote 33. Footnote 33. The job of an AI researcher is also a job that AI researchers at AI labs know really well, so it'll be particularly intuitive to them to optimize models to be good at that job. And there will be huge incentives to do so to help them accelerate their research and their lab's competitive edge. It's worth emphasizing just how straightforward and hacky some of the biggest machine learning breakthroughs of the last decade have been. Just add some normalization, lay norm / batch norm, or do f, x, plus x instead of f, x, residual connections, or fix an implementation bug, Kaplan-Chinchilla scaling loss. AI research can be automated, and automating AI research is all it takes to kick off extraordinary feedback loops. Footnote 34. Footnote 34. This suggests an important point in terms of the sequencing of risks from AI, by the way. A common AI threat model people point to is AI systems developing novel bioweapons and that posing catastrophic risk. But if AI research is more straightforward to automate than biology R&D, we might get an intelligence explosion before we get extreme AI biothreats. This matters, for example, with regard to whether we should expect bio-warning shots in time before things get crazy on AI. Situational Awareness 50. We'd be able to run millions of copies, and soon at 10x plus human speed, of the automated AI researchers, even by 2027. We should expect GPU fleets in the tens of millions. Training clusters alone should be approaching 3 OMs larger already, putting us at 10 million plus A100 equivalents. Inference fleets should be much larger still. More on all this in 3A. Racing 2. The trillion-dollar cluster. That would let us run many millions of copies of our automated AI researchers, perhaps 100 million human researcher equivalents, running day and night. There's some assumped tie-ins that flow into the exact numbers, including that humans think at 100 tokens/minute, just a rough order of magnitude estimate, e.g. consider your internal monologue and extrapolating historical trends and chinchilla scaling laws on per token inference costs for frontier models remaining in the same ballpark. Footnote 35. We'd also want to reserve some of the GPUs for running experiments and training new models. Full calculation. In a footnote. Footnote 36. Footnote 35. As noted earlier, the GPT for API costs less today than GPT-3 when it was released. This suggests that the trend of inference efficiency wins is fast enough to keep inference costs roughly constant even as models get much more powerful. Similarly, there have been huge inference cost wins in just the year since GPT-4 was released. For example, the current version of Gemini 1.5 Pro outperforms the original GPT-4 while being roughly 10x cheaper. We can also ground this somewhat more by considering chinchilla scaling laws. On chinchilla scaling laws, model size and thus inference costs grow with the square root of training cost, i.e. half the OMs of the OM scale-up of effective compute. However, in the previous piece, I suggested that algorithmic efficiency was advancing at roughly the same pace as compute scale-up, i.e. it made up roughly half of the OMs of effective compute scale-up. If these algorithmic wins also translate into inference efficiency, that means that the algorithmic efficiencies would compensate for the naive increase in inference cost. In practice, training compute efficiencies often, but not always, translate into inference efficiency wins. However, there are also separately many inference efficiency wins that are not training efficiency wins. So, at least in terms of the rough ballpark, assuming the $/token of frontier models stays roughly similar, doesn't seem crazy. Of course, they'll use more tokens, i.e. more test time compute, but that's already part of the calculation here. By pricing human equivalents as 100 tokens/minute. Footnote 36. GPT-4T is about $0.03/1K tokens. We supposed we would have tens of millions of A100 equivalents, which cost $1 hour per GPU if a 100 equivalents. If we use the API cost to translate GPUs into tokens generated, that implies tens of millions GPUs asterisk. $1/GPU hour asterisk 33K tokens slash dollar equals 1 trillion tokens slash hour. Suppose a human does 100 tokens slash min of thinking that means a human equivalent is 6,000 tokens slash hour. 1 trillion tokens slash hour divided by 6,000 tokens slash human hour equals 200 million human equivalents, i.e. as if running 200 million human researchers day and night. And even if we reserve half the GPUs for superalignment compute, we get 100 million human researcher equivalents. Another way of thinking about it is that given inference fleets, in 2027, we should be able to generate an entire internet's worth of tokens every single day. Footnote 37. In any case, the exact numbers don't matter that much beyond a simple plausibility demonstration. Footnote 37. The previous footnote estimated 1T tokens slash hour, i.e. 24T tokens a day. In the previous piece, I noted that a public deduplicated common crawl had around 30T tokens. Situational Awareness 51. Moreover, our automated AI researchers may soon be able to run at much faster than human speed. By taking some inference penalties, we can trade off running fewer copies in exchange for running them at faster serial speed. For example, we could go from 5x human speed to 100x human speed by only running 1 million copies of the automated researchers. Footnote 38. Footnote 38. Jacob Steinhardt estimates that K3 parallel copies of a model can be replaced with a single model that is K2 faster, given some math on inference trade-offs with a tiling scheme that theoretically works even for K of 100 or more. Suppose initial speeds were already 5x human speed based on, say, GPT for speed on release. Then, by taking this inference penalty with K equals 5, we'd be able to run 1 million automated AI researchers at 100x human speed. More importantly, the first algorithmic innovation the automate AI researchers work on is getting a 10x or 100x speed up. Gemini 1.5 Flash is 10x faster than the originally released GPT-4, footnote 39, merely a year later, while providing similar performance to the originally released GPT-4 on reasoning benchmarks. If that's the algorithmic speed up a few hundred human researchers can find in a year, the automated AI researchers will be able to find similar wins very quickly. Footnote 39. This source benchmarks throughput of Flash at 6x GPT for Turbo and GPT-4. Turbo was faster than original GPT-4. Latency is probably also roughly 10x faster. That is, expect 100 million automated researchers each working at 100x human speed not long after we begin to be able to automate AI research. They'll each be able to do a year's worth of work in a few days. The increase in research effort compared to a few hundred puny human researchers at a leading AI lab today, working at a puny 1x human speed, will be extraordinary. This could easily dramatically accelerate existing trends of algorithmic progress, compressing a decade of advances into a year. We need not postulate anything totally novel for automate AI research to intensely speed up AI progress. Walk ing through the numbers in the previous piece, we saw that algorithmic progress has been a central driver of deep learn ing progress in the last decade. We noted a trend line of 0.5 ohm/year on algorithmic efficiencies alone, with additional large algorithmic gains from unhobbling on top. I think the import of algorithmic progress has been underrated by many, and properly appreciating it is important for appreciating the possibility of an intelligence explosion. Could our millions of automated AI researchers soon working at 10x or 100x human speed compress the algorithmic progress human researchers would have found in a decade into a year? Situational Awareness 52. Instead, that would be 5+ ohms in a year. Don't just imagine 100 million junior software engineer interns here. We'll get those earlier, in the next couple years. Real automated AI researchers be very smart, and in addition to their raw quantitative advantage, automated AI researchers will have other enormous advantages over human researchers. They'll be able to read every single ML paper ever written, have been able to deeply think about every single previous experiment ever run at the lab, learn in parallel from each of their copies, and rapidly accumulate the equivalent of millennia of experience. They'll be able to develop far deeper intuitions about ML than any human. They'll be easily able to write millions of lines of complex code, keep the entire code base in context, and spend human decades or more checking and rechecking every line of code for bugs and optimizations. They'll be superbly competent at all parts of the job. You won't have to individually train up each automated AI researcher. Indeed, training and onboarding 100 million new human hires would be difficult. Instead, you can just teach and onboard one of them, and then make replicas. And you won't have to worry about politicking, cultural acclimation, and so on, and they'll work with peak energy and focus day and night. Vast numbers of automated AI researchers will be able to share context, perhaps even accessing each other's latent space and so on, enabling much more efficient collaboration and coordination compared to human researchers. And of course, however smart our initial automated AI researchers would be, we'd soon be able to make further jumps, producing even smarter models, even more capable at automated AI research. Imagine an automated Alec Radford. Imagine 100 million Situational Awareness 53. Tomate Alec Radford's. Footnote 40. I think just about every researcher at OpenAI would agree that if they had 10 Alec Radfords, let alone 100 or 1,000 or 1 million running at 10x or 100x human speed, they could very quickly solve very many of their problems, even with various other bottlenecks, more in a moment. Compressing a decade of algorithmic progress into a year as a result seems very plausible. A 10x acceleration from a million times more research effort, which seems conservative if anything. Footnote 40. Alec Radford is an incredibly gifted and prolific researcher/engineer at OpenAI, behind many of the most important advances, though he flies under the radar some. That would be 5+ OMs right there. 5 OMs of algorithmic wins would be a similar scale-up to what produced the GPT-2 to GPT for jump, a capability jump from a preschooler to a smart high schooler. Imagine such a qualitative jump on top of AGI, on top of Alec Radford. It's strikingly plausible we'd go from AGI to superintelligence very quickly, perhaps in 1 year. Possible bottlenecks. While this basic story is surprisingly strong and is supported by thorough economic modeling work, there are some real and plausible bottlenecks that will probably slow down an automated AI research intelligence explosion. I'll give a summary here and then discuss these in more detail in the optional sections below for those interested. Limited compute. AI research doesn't just take good ideas, thinking, or math, but running experiments to get empirical signal on your ideas. 1 million times more research effort via automated research labor won't mean 1 million times faster progress, because compute will still be limited, and limited compute for experiments will be the bottleneck. Still, even if this won't be a 1,000,000x speed up, I find it hard to imagine that the automated AI researchers couldn't use the compute at least 10x more effectively. They'll be able to get incredible ML intuition, having internalized the whole ML literature and every previous experiment every run. And Situational Awareness 54. Centuries equivalent of thinking time to figure out exactly the right experiment to run, configure it optimally, and get maximum value of information. They'll be able to spend centuries equivalent of engineer time before running even tiny experiments to avoid bugs and get them right on the first try. They can make trade-offs to economize on compute by focusing on the biggest wins, and they'll be able to try tons of smaller-scale experiments and given effective compute scale-ups by then. Smaller scale means being able to train 100,000 GPT-4 level models in a year to try architecture breakthroughs. Some human researchers and engineers are able to produce 10x the progress as others, even with the same amount of compute, and this should apply even more so to automated AI researchers. I do think this is the most important bottleneck, and I address it in more depth below. Complementarity/long tail. A classic lesson from economics, C.F. Baumel's growth disease, is that if you can automate, say, 70% of something, you get some gains, but quickly the remaining 30% become your bottleneck. For anything that falls short of full automation, say, really good co-pilots, human AI researchers would remain a major bottleneck, making the overall increase in the rate of algorithmic progress relatively small. Moreover, there's likely some long tail of capabilities required for automating AI research. The last 10% of the job of an AI researcher might be particularly hard to automate. This could soften takeoff some, though my best guess is that this only delays things by a couple years. Perhaps 2026/27. Model speed are the proto-automated researcher. It takes another year or two for some final unhobbling, a somewhat better model, inference, speed-ups, and working out kinks to get to full automation. And finally, by 2028, we get the 10x acceleration and superintelligence by the end of the decade. Inherent limits to algorithmic progress. Maybe another 5 ohms of algorithmic efficiency will be fundamentally impossible? I doubt it. While there will definitely be upper limits, footnote 41, if we got 5 ohms in the last decade, we should probably expect at least another decade's worth of progress. Footnote 41, 25 ohms of algorithmic progress on top of GPT-4, for example, are clearly impossible. That would imply it would be possible to train a GPT-4 level model with just a handful of flop. Situational awareness 55. To be possible. More directly, current architectures and trained ING algorithms are still very rudimentary, and it seems that much more efficient schemes should be possible. Biological reference classes also support dramatically more efficient algorithms being plausible. Ideas get harder to find, so the automated AI researchers will merely sustain, rather than accelerate, the current rate of progress. One objection is that although automated research would increase effective research effort a lot, ideas also get harder to find. That is, while it takes only a few hundred top researchers at a lab to sustain 0.5 ohms/year. Today, as we exhaust the low-hanging fruit, it will take more and more effort to sustain that progress, and so the 100 million automated researchers will be merely what's necessary to sustain progress. I think this basic model is correct, but the empirics don't add up. The magnitude of the increase in research effort, a millionfold, is way larger than the historical trends of the growth in research effort that's been necessary to sustain progress. In econ modeling terms, it's a bizarre knife-edge assumption to assume that the increase in research effort from automation will be just enough to keep progress constant. Ideas get harder to find and there are diminishing returns, so the intelligence explosion will quickly fizzle. Related to the above objection, even if the automated AI researchers lead to an initial burst of progress, whether rapid progress can be sustained depends on the shape of the diminishing returns curve to algorithmic progress. Again, my best read of the empirical evidence is that the exponents shake out in favor of explosive/accelerating progress. In any case, the sheer size of the one-time boost from hundreds to hundreds of millions of AI researchers probably overcomes diminishing returns here for at least a good number of ohms of algorithmic progress, even though it of course can't be indefinitely self-sustaining. Overall, these factors may slow things down somewhat. The most extreme versions of intelligence explosions, say, overnight, seem implausible, and they may result in a somewhat longer situational awareness 56. Rune-up, perhaps we need to wait an extra year or two from more sluggish, proto-automated researchers to the true automated Alec Radfords before things kick off in full force. But they certainly don't rule out a very rapid intelligence explosion. A year, or at most just a few years, but perhaps even just a few months, in which we go from fully automated AI researchers to vastly superhuman AI systems should be our mainline expectation. If you'd rather skip the in-depth discussions on the various bottlenecks below, click here to skip to the next section. Limited compute for experiments optional in more depth. The production function for algorithmic progress includes two complementary factors of production, research effort, and experiment compute. The millions of automated AI researchers won't have any more compute to run their experiments on than human AI researchers. Perhaps they'll just be sitting around waiting for their jobs to finish. This is probably the most important bottleneck to the intelligence explosion. Ultimately, this is a quantitative question. Just how much of a bottleneck is it? On balance, I find it hard to believe that the 100 million Alec Radfords couldn't increase the marginal product of experiment compute by at least 10x and thus would still accelerate the pace of progress by 10x. There's a lot you can do with smaller amounts of compute. The way most AI research works is that you test things out at small scale and then extrapolate via scaling laws. Many key historical breakthroughs required only a very small amount of compute, e.g. the original transformer was trained on just 8 GPUs for a few days. And note that with 5 OMs of baseline scale-up in the next 4 years, small scale will mean GPT for scale. The automated AI researchers will be able to run 100,000 GPT-4 level experiments on their training cluster in a year, and tens of millions of GPT-3 level experiments. That's a lot. Situational Awareness 57. Of potential breakthrough new architectures they'll be able to test. A lot of the compute goes into larger scale validation of the final pre-training run, making sure you are getting a high enough degree of confidence on marginal efficiency wins for your annual headline product. But if you're racing through the OMs and the intelligence explosion, you could economize and just focus on the really big wins. As discussed in the previous piece, there are often enormous gains to be had from relatively low compute unhobbling of models. These don't require big pre-training runs. It's highly plausible that intelligence explosion starts off automated AI research, e.g. discovering a way to do RL on top that gives us a coup PLE OMs via unhobbling wins, and then we're off to the races. As the automated AI researchers find efficiencies, that'll let them run more experiments. Recall the near 1000x cheaper inference in 2 years for equivalent math performance, and the 10x general inference gains in the last year, discussed in the previous piece from near human algorithmic progress. The first thing the automated AI researchers will do is quickly find similar gains, and in turn, that'll let them run 100x more experiments on, e.g. new RL approaches. Or they'll be able to quickly make smaller models with similar performance in relevant domains, cf. previous discussion of Gemini Flash, near 100x cheaper than GPT-4, which in turn will let them run many more experiments with these smaller models, again, imag-ine using these to try different RL schemes. There are probably other overhangs too, e.g. the automated AI researchers might be able to quickly develop much better distributed training schemes to utilize all the inference GPUs, probably at least 10x more compute. Right there. More generally, every OM of training efficiency gains they find will give them an OM. Situational Awareness 58. More of effective compute to run experiments on. The automated AI researchers could be way more efficient. It's hard to understate how many fewer experiments you would have to run if you just got it right on the first try. No gnarly bugs, being more selective about exactly what you were running, and so on. Imagine 1,000 automated AI researchers spending a month equivalent checking your code and getting the exact experiment right before you press go. I've asked some AI lab colleagues about this, and they agreed. You should pretty easily be able to save 3x, 10x of compute on most projects. Merely if you could avoid frivolous bugs, get things right on the first try, and only run high value of information experiments. The automated AI researchers could have way better intuitions. Recently, I was speaking to an intern at a frontier lab. They said that their dominant experience over the past few months was suggesting many experiments they wanted to run, and their supervisor, a senior researcher, saying they could already predict the result beforehand, so there was no need. The senior researchers' years of random experiments messing around with models had honed their intuitions about what ideas would work or not. Similarly, it seems like our AI systems could easily get superhuman intuitions about ML experiments. They will have read the entire machine learning literature, be able to learn from every other experiment result, and deeply think about it. They could easily be trained to predict the outcome of millions of ML experiments, and so on. And maybe one of the first things they do is build up a strong basic science of predicting if this large-scale experiment will be successful just after seeing the first 1% of training, or just after seeing the smaller-scale version of this experiment, and so on. Moreover, beyond really good intuitions about Situational Awareness 59. Search directions, as Jason Way has noted, there are Incredible returns to having great intuitions on the dozens of hyperparameters and details of an experiment. Jason calls this ability to get things right on the first try based on intuition YOLO runs. Jason says, "What I do know is that the people who can do this are surely 10-100x AI researchers. Compute bottlenecks will mean 1,000,000 times more. Researchers won't translate into 1,000,000 times faster. Research, thus not an overnight intelligence explosion. But the automated AI researchers will have extraordinary advantages over human researchers, and so it seems hard to imagine that they couldn't also find a way to use the compute at least 10x more efficiently/effectively, and so 10x the pace of algorithmic progress seems imminently plausible." I'll take a moment here to acknowledge perhaps the most compelling formulation of the counterargument I've heard by my friend James Bradbury. If more ML research effort would so dramatically accelerate progress, why doesn't the current academic ML research community, numbering at least in the tens of thousands, contribute more to frontier lab progress? Currently, it seems like lab internal teams of perhaps 1,000 in total across labs shoulder most of the load for frontier algorithmic progress. His argument is that the reason is that algorithmic progress is compute bottlenecked. The academics just don't have enough compute. Some responses. Quality adjusted, I think academics are probably more in the thousands, not tens of thousands, e.g., looking only at the top universities. This probably isn't substantially more than the labs combined, and it's way less than the hundreds of millions of researchers we get from automated AI research. Academics work on the wrong things. Up until very situational awareness 60. Recently, and perhaps still today, the vast majority of the academic ML community wasn't even working on large language models. In terms of strong academics in academia working on large language models, it might be meaningfully fewer than researchers at labs combined. Even when the academics do work on things like LLM pre-training, they simply don't have access to the state-of-the-art, the large accumulated body of knowledge of tons of details on frontier model training inside labs. They don't know what problems are actually relevant, or can only contribute one-off results that nobody can really do anything with because their baselines were badly tuned, so nobody knows if their thing is actually an improvement. Academics are way worse than automated AI researchers. They can't work at 10x or 100x human speed. They can't read and internalize every ML paper ever written. They can't spend a decade checking every line of code, replicate themselves to avoid onboarding bottlenecks, etc. Another countervailing example to the academics' argument, GDM is rumored to have way more experiment compute than OpenAI, and yet it doesn't seem like GDM is massively outpacing OpenAI in terms of algorithmic progress. In general, I expect automated researchers will have a different style of research that plays to their strengths and aims to mitigate the compute bottleneck. I think it's reasonable to be uncertain how this plays out, but it's unreasonable to be confident it won't be doable for the models to get around the compute bottleneck just because it'd be hard for humans to do so. For example, they could just spend a lot of effort early on building up a basic science of how to predict large-scale results from smaller-scale experiments. And I expect there's a lot that they could do that humans can't do, e.g. maybe things more like predicting if this large-scale experiment will be successful just after seeing the situational awareness 61. First 1% of training. This seems pretty doable if you're a super strong automated researcher with very Superman intuitions, and this can save you a ton of compute. When I imagine AI systems automating AI research, I see them as compute bottlenecked but making up for it in large part by thinking e.g. 1000x more and faster than humans would, and thinking at a higher level of quality than humans, e.g. because of the superhuman ML intuitions from being trained to predict the result of millions of experiments, unless they're just much worse at thinking than engineering. I think this can make up for a lot, and this would be qualitatively different from academics. In addition to experiment compute, there's the additional bottleneck of eventually needing to run a big training run, something which currently takes months. But you can probably economize on those, doing only a handful during the year of intelligence explosion, taking bigger OM leaps for each than labs currently do. Footnote 42, or you could spend 1 out of the 5 OMs of compute efficiency wins to do a training run in days rather than months. Footnote 42. Note that while I think this is likely, it's kind of scary. It means that rather than a fairly continuous series of big models, each somewhat better than the previous generation, downstream model intelligence might be more discrete/discontinuous. We might only do one or a couple of big runs during the intelligence explosion, making multiple OMs of algorithmic breakthroughs found at smaller scale. For each, complementarities and long tails to 100% automation optional in more depth. The classic economist objection to AI automation speeding up economic growth is that different tasks are complementary. So, for example, automating 80% of what labor humans did in 1800 didn't lead to a growth explosion or mass unemployment, but the remaining 20% became what all humans did and remained the bottleneck. CEGA model of this here. I think the economist's model here is correct, but a key point is that I'm only talking about one currently small part of the economy rather than the economy as a whole. People may well still be getting haircuts normally during this time, or robotics might not yet be worked out. AI's for every domain might not yet be worked out. The societal situational awareness 62 rollout might not yet be worked out, etc., but they will be able to do AI research. As discussed in the previous piece, I think the current course of AI progress is taking us to essentially drop in remote workers as intelligent as the smartest humans. As discussed in this piece, the job of an AI researcher seems totally within the scope of what could be fully automated. Still, in practice, I do expect somewhat of a long tail to get to truly 100% automation even for the job of an AI researcher/engineer. For example, we might first get systems that function almost as an engineer replacement, but still need some amount of human supervision. In particular, I expect the level of AI capabilities to be somewhat uneven and peaky across domains. It might be a better coder than the best engineers while still having blind spots in some subset of tasks or skills. By the time it's human level at whatever it's worst at, it'll already be substantially superhuman at easier domains to train, like COD-ING. This is part of why I think they'll be able to use the compute more effectively than human researchers. By the time of 100% automation/the intelligence explosion start ING, they'll already have huge advantages over humans in some domains. This will also have important implications for superalignment down the line, since it means that we'll have to align systems that are meaningfully superhuman in many domains in order to align even the first automated AI researchers. But I wouldn't expect that phase to last more than a few years. Given the pace of AI progress, I think it would likely just be a matter of some additional unhobbling, remove ING, some obvious limitation of the models that prevented it from doing the last mile, or another generation of models to get all the way. Overall, this might soften takeoff some. Rather than 2027, AGI 2028 superintelligence, it might look more like 2026-27, proto-automated engineer, but blind spots in situational awareness 63. Other areas. Speeds up work by 1.5x, 2x already. Progress begins gradually accelerating. 2027-28, proto-automated researchers can automate greater than 90%. Some remaining human bottlenecks and hiccups in coordinating a giant organization of automated researchers to be worked out, but this already speeds up progress by 3x plus. This quickly does the remaining unhobbling takes us the remainder of the way to 100% automation. 2028-29, 10x plus pace of progress superintelligence. That's still very fast. Fundamental limits to algorithmic progress, optional, in more depth. There's probably a real cap on how much algorithmic progress is physically possible. For example, 25 OMs of algorithm progress seems impossible, since that would imply being able to train a GPT for level system in less than 10 flops. Footnote 43, but something like 5 OMs seems very much in the realm of possibilities. Again, that would just require another decade of trend algorithmic efficiencies, not even counting algorithmic gains from unhobbling. Footnote 43, though you could get results that would take 25 more OMs of hardware. With current architecture, intuitively, it very much doesn't seem like we have exhausted all the low-hanging fruit yet, given how simple the biggest breakthroughs are and how rudimentary and obviously hobbled current architectures and training techniques still seem to be. For example, I think it's pretty plausible that we'll bootstrap our way to AGI via AI systems that think out loud via chain of thought. But surely, this isn't the most efficient way to do it. Surely something that does this reasoning via internal states / recurrence / etc. would be way more efficient. Or consider adaptive compute. Llama 3 still spins as much compute on predicting that in token as it does the answer to some complicated question, which seems clearly suboptimal. We're getting huge algorithmic gains from even just small tweaks, while there are dozens of areas where much more Situational Awareness 64. Science architectures and training procedures could likely be found. Biological references also suggest huge headroom. The human range of intelligence is very wide, for example. With only tiny tweaks to architecture, humans have similar numbers of neurons as other animals, even though humans are much smarter than those animals. And current AI models are still many OMs from the efficiency of a human brain. They can learn with a tiny fraction of the data, and thus tiny fraction of compute, than AI models can, suggesting huge headroom for our algorithms and architecture. Ideas get harder to find and diminishing returns optional in more depth. As you pick the low-hanging fruit, ideas get harder to find. This is true in any domain of technological progress. Essentially, we see a straight line on a log-log curve. Log progress is a function of log cumulative research effort. Every OM of further progress requires putting in more research effort than the last OM. This leads to two objections to the intelligence explosion. 1. Automated AI research will merely be what's necessary to sustain progress, rather than dramatically accelerating it. 2. A purely algorithmic intelligence explosion would not be sustained / would quickly fizzle out as algorithmic progress gets harder to find / you hit diminishing marginal returns. I spent a lot of time thinking about these sorts of models in a past life when I was doing research in economics. In particular, semi-endogenous growth theory is the standard model of technological progress, capturing these two competing dynamics of growing research effort and ideas getting harder to find. Situational Awareness 65. In short, I think the underlying model behind these objections is sound, but how it shakes out is an empirical question, and I think they get the empirics wrong. The key question is essentially, for every 10x of progress, does further progress become more or less than 10x harder? Napkin math, along the lines of how this is done in the economic literature, helps us bound this. Suppose we take the 0.5 OMs / year trend rate of algorithmic progress seriously. That implies a 100x of progress in 4 years. However, quality-adjusted headcount / research effort at a given leading AI lab has definitely grown by 100x in 4 years. Maybe it's increased 10x from tens to hundreds of people working on relevant stuff at a given lab, but even that is unclear quality-adjusted. And yet, algorithmic progress seems to be sustained. Thus, in response to objection 1, we can note that the millionfold increase in research effort will simply be a much larger increase than what would merely be necessary to sustain progress. Maybe we'd need on the order of thousands of researchers working on relevant research at a lab in 4 years to sustain progress. The 100 million Alec Radfords would still be an enormous increase and surely lead to massive acceleration. It's just a bizarre knife edge assumption to think that automated research would be just enough to sustain the existing pace of progress. And that's not even counting thinking at 10x human speed and all the other advantages the AI systems will have over human researchers. In response to objection 2, we can note two things. First, the mathematical condition noted above. Given that, based on our napkin math, quality-adjusted research effort needed to grow 100x while we did 100x of algorithmic progress, it pretty strongly seems that the Situational Awareness 66 shape of the returns curve shakes out in favor of self-sustaining progress. Footnote 44. Footnote 44 100x progress 100x more automated research effort, but you'd say, only needed 10x more research effort to keep it going and do the next 100x, so the returns are good enough for explosive progress to be sustained. Secondly, the returns curve doesn't even need to shake out in favor of a fully sustained chain reaction for us to get about it, but mini OM surge of algorithmic progress. Essentially, it doesn't need to be a growth effect. A large enough level effect would be enough. That is, a millionfold increase in research effort combined with the many other advantages automated researchers would have over human researchers would be such a large one-time boost that even if the chain reaction isn't fully self-sustaining, it could lead to a very sizable mini OMs one-time gain. Footnote 45. Footnote 45. Analogously, in semi-endogenous economic growth theory, boosting science investment from 1% to 20% of GDP won't make growth rates higher forever. Eventually diminishing returns would lead things to return to the old growth rate, but the level effect it would lead to would be so large as to dramatically speed up growth for decades on net. While obviously it won't be unbounded, and I have a lot of uncertainty over just how far it'll go, I think something like a 5 OM intelligence explosion purely from algorithmic gains/automated AI research seems highly plausible. Tom Davidson and Carl Schulman have also looked at the empirics of this in a growth modeling framework and come to similar conclusions. Epic AI has also done some recent work on the empirics, also coming to the conclusion that empirical returns to algorithmic R&D favors explosive growth, with a helpful write-up of the implications, the power of superintelligence. Whether or not you agree with the strongest form of these arguments, whether we get a less than 1-year intelligence explosion, or it takes a few years, it is clear we must confront the possible ITY of superintelligence. The AI systems we'll likely have by the end of this decade will be unimaginably powerful. Of course, they'll be quantitatively superhuman. On our fleets. Situational Awareness 67. Of hundreds of millions of GPUs by the end of the decade, we'll be able to run a civilization of billions of them, and they will be able to think orders of magnitude faster than humans. They'll be able to quickly master any domain, write trillions of lines of code, read every research paper in every scientific field ever written. They'll be perfectly interdisciplinary and write new ones before you've gotten past the abstract of one. Learn from the parallel experience of every one of its of copies, gain billions of human equivalent years of experience. With some new innovation in a matter of weeks, work 100% of the time with peak energy and focus and won't be slowed down by that one teammate who is lagging, and so on. More importantly, but harder to imagine, they'll be qualitatively superhuman. As a narrow example of this, large-scale RL runs have been able to produce completely novel and creative behaviors beyond human understanding, such as the famous Move 37 in AlphaGo versus Lee Sedol. Superintelligence will be like this across many domains. It'll find exploits in human code too subtle for any human to notice, and it'll generate code too complicated for any human to understand, even if the model spent decades trying to explain it. Extremely difficult scientific and technological problems that a human would be stuck on for decades will seem just so obvious to them. We'll be like high schoolers stuck on Newtonian physics while it's off exploring quantum mechanics. As an example of how wild this could be, look at some YouTube videos of video game speedruns, such as this one of beating Minecraft in 20 seconds. If you have no idea what's going on in this video, you're in good company. Even most normal players of Minecraft have almost no clue what's going on. Now imagine this applied to all domains of science, technology, and the economy. The error bars here, of course, are extremely large. Still, this is happening, and it's important to consider just how consequential this would be. Situational Awareness 68. Figure 25. What does it feel like to stand here? Illustration from Wait But Why/Tim Urban. In the intelligence explosion, explosive progress was initially only in the narrow domain of automated AI research. As we get superintelligence and apply our billions of, now superintelligent, agents to R&D across many fields, I expect explosive progress to broaden. An AI capabilities explosion. Perhaps our initial AGIs had limitations that prevented them fully automating work in some other domains rather than just in the AI research domain. Automated AI research will quickly solve these, enabling automation of any and all cognitive work. Solve robotics. Superintelligence won't stay purely cognitive for long. Getting robotics to work well is primarily an ML algorithms problem rather than a hardware problem, and our automated AI researchers will likely be able to solve it. More below, factories would go from human-run to AI-directed using human physical labor to soon being fully run by swarms of robots, dramatically accelerate scientific and technological progress. Yes, Einstein alone couldn't develop neuroscience and build a semiconductor industry, but a billion superintelligent, automated scientists, engineers, technologists, and robot. Situational Awareness 69. Technicians with the robots moving at 10x or more human speed. Footnote 46 would make extraordinary advances in many fields in the space of years. Here's a nice short story visualizing what AI-driven R&D might look like. The billion superintelligences would be able to compress the R&D effort humans researchers would have done in the next century into years. Imagine if the technological progress of the 20th century were compressed into less than a decade. We would have gone from flying being thought a mirage to airplanes today, man on the moon and ICBMs in a matter of years. This is what I expect the 2030s to look like across science and technology. Footnote 46. The 10x speed robots doing physical R&D in the real world is the slow version. In reality, the superintelligences will try to do as much R&D as possibly in simulation, like AlphaFold or manufacturing digital twins. An industrial and economic explosion. Extremely accelerated technological progress, combined with the ability to automate all human labor, could dramatically accelerate economic growth. Think self-replicating robot factories quickly, covering all of the Nevada desert. Footnote 47. The increase in growth probably wouldn't just be from 2% per year to 2.5% per year. Rather, this would be a fundamental shift in the growth regime, more comparable to the historical step change from very slow growth to a couple percent a year with the Industrial Revolution. We could see economic growth rates of 30% per year and beyond, quite possibly multiple doublings a year. This follows fairly straightforwardly from economists' models of economic growth. To be sure, this may well be delayed by societal frictions. Arcane regulation might ensure lawyers and doctors still need to be human, even if AI systems were much better at those jobs. Surely sand will be thrown into the gears of rapidly expanding robo-factories as society resists the pace of change, and perhaps we'll want to retain human nannies, all of which would slow the growth of the overall GDP statistics. Still, in whatever domains remove human-created barriers, e.g., competition might force us to do so for military production, we'd see an industrial explosion. Footnote 47. Why isn't Factorio World build a factory that produces more factories, producing even more factories, doubling factories until eventually your entire planet is quickly covered in factories? Possible today? Well, labor is constrained. You can accumulate capital, factories, tools, etc., but that runs into diminishing returns because it's constrained by a fixed labor force. With robots and AI systems being able to fully automate labor, that removes that constraint. Robo-factories could produce more robo-factories in an unconstrained way, leading to an industrial explosion. See more economic growth models of this here. Situational Awareness 70. Growth mode date began to dominate, doubling time of global economy. Years. Hunting 2 million BC 230,000. Farming 4700 BC 860. Science/commerce 1730 AD 58. Industry 1903 AD 15. Superintelligence 2030 AD. Table 3. A shift in the growth regime is not unprecedented as civilization went from hunting to farming to the blossoming of science and commerce. To industry, the pace of global economic growth accelerated. Superintelligence could kick off another shift in growth mode based on Robin Hansen's long-run growth as a sequence of exponential modes, provide a decisive and overwhelming military advantage. Even early cognitive superintelligence might be enough. Here, perhaps some superhuman hacking scheme can deactivate adversary militaries. In any case, military power and technological progress has been tightly linked historically, and with extraordinarily rapid technological progress will come concomitant military revolutions. The drone swarms and robormies will be a big deal, but they are just the beginning. We should expect completely new kinds of Weapons, from novel WMDs to invulnerable laser-based missile defense to things we can't yet fathom. Compared to pre-superintelligence arsenals, it'll be like 21st century militaries fighting a 19th century brigade of horses and bayonets. I discuss how superintelligence could lead to a decisive military advantage in a later piece. Be able to overthrow the US government. Whoever controls superintelligence will quite possibly have enough power to seize control from pre-superintelligence forces. Even without robots, the small civilization of superintelligences would be able to hack any undefended military, election, television, etc. system, cunningly persuade generals and electorates, economically outcompete nation-states, design new synthetic bioweapons and then pay a human in Bitcoin to synthesize it, and so on. In the early 1500s, Cortez and about 500 Spaniards conquered the Aztec Empire of several million. Pizarro and 300 Spaniards conquered the Inca Empire of several million. Alfonso and 1,000 Portuguese conquered the Indian Ocean. They didn't have godlike power, but the old world's technological edge and an advantage in straight situational awareness. 71. GIC and diplomatic cunning led to an utterly decisive advantage. Superintelligence might look similar. Figure 26, explosive growth starts in the narrower domain of AI R&D. As we apply superintelligence to R&D and other fields, explosive growth will broaden. Robots. A common objection to claims like those here is that even if AI can do cognitive tasks, robotics is lagging way behind, and so will be a brake on any real-world impacts. I used to be sympathetic to this, but I've become convinced robots will not be a barrier. For years, people claimed robots were a hardware problem, but robot hardware is well on its way to being solved. Increasingly, it's clear that robots are an ML algorithms problem. LLMs had a much easier way to bootstrap. You had an entire internet to pre-train on. There's no similarly large data set for robot actions, and so it requires more nifty approaches, e.g. using multimodal models as a base, then using synthetic data simulation clever RL to train them. Situational awareness. 72. There's a ton of energy directed at solving this now. But even if we don't solve it before AGI, our hundreds of lines of AGIs superintelligences will make amazing AI researchers, as is the central argument of this piece. And it seems very likely that they'll figure out the ML to make amazing robots work. As such, while it's plausible that robots might cause a few years of delay solving the ML problems, testing in the physical world in a way that is fundamentally slower than testing in simulation, ramping up initial robot production before the robots can build factories themselves, etc. I don't think it'll be more than that. How all of this plays out over the 2030s is hard to predict, and a story for another time. But one thing, at least, is clear. We will be rapidly plunged into the most extreme situation humanity has ever faced. Human-level AI systems, AGI, would be highly consequential in their own right, but in some sense, they would simply be a more efficient version of what we already know. But very plausibly, within just a year, we would transition to much more alien systems, systems whose understanding and abilities, whose raw power, would exceed those even of humanity combined. There is a real possibility that we will lose control, as we are forced to hand off trust to AI systems during this rapid transition. More generally, everything will just start happening incredibly fast, and the world will start going insane. Suppose we had gone through the geopolitical fever pitches and man-made perils of the 20th century in mere years. That is the sort of situation we should expect post-superintelligence. By the end of it, superintelligent AI systems will be running our military and economy. During all of this insanity, we'd have extremely scarce time to make the right decisions. The challenges will be immense. It will take everything we've got to make it through. In one piece. Situational awareness. 73. The intelligence explosion and the immediate post-superintelligence period will be one of the most volatile, tense, dangerous, and wildest periods ever in human history. And by the end of the decade, we'll likely be in the midst of it, confronting the possibility of an intelligence explosion. The emergence of superintelligence often echoes the early debates around the possibility of a nuclear chain reaction and the atomic bomb it would enable. H.G. Wells predicted the atomic bomb in a 1914 novel. When Szilard first conceived of the idea of a chain reaction in 1933, he couldn't convince anyone of it. It was pure theory. Once fission was empirically discovered in 1938, Szilard freaked out again and argued strongly for secrecy, and a few people started to wake up to the possibility of a bomb. Einstein hadn't considered the possibility of a chain reaction, but when Szilard confronted him, he was quick to see the implications and willing to do anything that was needed to be done. He was willing to sound the alarm and wasn't afraid of sounding foolish. But Fermi, Bohr, and most scientists thought the conservative thing was to play it down, rather than take seriously the extraordinary implications of the possibility of a bomb. Secrecy, to avoid sharing their advances with the Germans, and other all-out efforts seemed absurd. To them, a chain reaction sounded too crazy, even when, as it turned out, a bomb was but half a decade from becoming reality. We must once again confront the possibility of a chain tie-in. Perhaps it sounds speculative to you, but among senior scientists at AI labs, many see a rapid intelligence explosion as strikingly plausible. They can see it. Superintelligence is possibly 3. The challenges. 3A. Racing to the trillion-dollar cluster. The most extraordinary techno-capital acceleration has been set in motion. As AI revenue grows rapidly, many trillions of dollars will go into GPU, data center, and power build-out. Before the end of the decade, the industrial mobilization, including growing U.S. electricity production by tens of %, will be intense. You see, I told you it couldn't be done without turning the whole country into a factory. You have done just that. Niels Bohr. To Edward Teller, upon learning of the scale of the Manhattan Project in 1944, the race to AGI won't just play out in code and behind laptops. It'll be a race to mobilize America's industrial might. Unlike anything else we've recently seen come out of Silicon Valley, AI is a massive industrial process. Each new model requires a giant new cluster, soon giant new power plants, and eventually giant new chip fabs. The investments involved are staggering, but behind the scenes, they are already in motion. In this chapter, I'll walk you through numbers to give you a sense of what this will mean. As revenue from AI products grows rapidly, plausibly hitting a $100 billion annual run rate for companies like Google or Microsoft by 2026, with powerful but pre-AGI systems. Situational Awareness 76. Figure 27, the trillion-dollar cluster. Credit, doll. That will motivate ever greater capital mobilization, and total AI investment could be north of $1 annually by 2027. We're on the path to individual training clusters costing hundreds of dollars of billions by 2028, clusters requiring power equivalent to a small/medium U.S. state and more expensive than the International Space Station. By the end of the decade, we are headed to $1 plus individual training clusters, requiring power equivalent to greater than 20% of U.S. electricity production. Trillions of dollars of capex will churn out hundreds of millions of GPUs per year overall. NVIDIA shocked the world as its data center sales exploded from about $14 billion annualized to about $90 billion annualized in the last year. But that's still just the very beginning. Situational Awareness 77. Training compute. Earlier, we found a roughly 0.5 ohms footnote 48/year trend growth of AI training compute. If this trend were to continue for the rest of the decade, what would that mean for the largest training clusters? Footnote 48, as mentioned earlier, OM equals order of magnitude, 10x equals 1 order of magnitude. Year OM's H100S equivalent cost power reference class. 2022 GPT, 4 cluster 10K 500M 10 MW 10,000 average homes. 2024 plus 1 OM 100K billions 100 MW 100,000 homes. 2026 plus 2 OMs 1 M $10s of bill lines 1 GW, the Hoover Dam, or a large nuclear reactor. 2028 plus 3 OMs 10M hundreds of dollars of billions 10 GW a small/medium US state. 2030 plus 4 OMs 100M $1T plus 100 GW greater than 20% of US electricity production. Table 4. Scaling the largest training clusters, rough back of the envelope. Calculations. For details on the calculatines, see appendix. This may seem hard to believe, but it appears to be happen ing. Zuck bought 350K H100s. Amazon bought a 1 gigawatt data center campus next to a nuclear power plant. Rumors suggest a 1 gigawatt, 1.4 M H100 equivalent cluster, 2026 cluster, is being built in Kuwait. Media report that Microsoft and OpenAI are rumored to be working on a $100 billion cluster, slated for 2028, a cost comparable to the International Space Station. And as each generation of models shocks the world, further acceleration may yet be in store. Perhaps the wildest part is that willingness to spend doesn't even seem to be the binding constraint at the moment, at least for training clusters. It's finding the infrastructure itself. Where do I find 10 gigawatts? Power for the $100 billion plus trend 2028 cluster is a favorite topic of conversation in SF. What any compute guy is thinking about is securing power, land, permitting, and data center construction. Footnote 49, while it may take you a year of waiting to get the GPUs, the lead times for these are much longer still. Footnote 49, one key uncertainty is how distribute training will be. If instead of needing that amount of power in one location, we could spread it among 100 locations, it'd be a lot easier. Situational Awareness 78. The $1 trillion cluster, plus 4 OMs from the GPT, for cluster. The 2030 training cluster on the current trend will be a truly extraordinary effort. The 100 gigawatts of power it'll require is equivalent to greater than 20% of US electricity production. Imagine not just a simple warehouse with GPUs, but hundreds of power plants. Perhaps it will take a national consortium. Note that I think it's pretty likely we'll only need a $100B cluster, or less, for AGI. The $1T cluster might be what we'll train and run superintelligence on, or what we'll use for AGI if AGI is harder than expected. In any case, in a post-AGI world, having the most compute will probably still really matter. Overall compute. The above are just rough numbers for the largest training clusters. Overall investment is likely to be much larger still. A large fraction of GPUs will probably be used for inference. Footnote 50. GPUs to actually run the AI systems for products, and there could be multiple players with giant clusters in the race. Footnote 50c, for example, Zuck here, only 45K of his H100s are in his largest training clusters, the vast majority of his 350K H100s for inference. Meta likely has heavier inference needs than other players who serve fewer customers so far, but as everyone else's AI products scale, I expect inference to become a strong majority of the GPUs. My rough estimate is that 2024 will already feature $100B, $200 billion of AI investment. NVIDIA data center revenue will hit a $25B/quarter run rate soon, i.e. $100B of capex flowing via NVIDIA alone. But of course, NVIDIA isn't the only player. Google's TPUs are great, too, and close to half of data center capex is on things other than the chips, site, building, cooling, power, etc. Footnote 51. Footnote 51, for example, this total cost of ownership analysis estimates that around 40% of a large cluster cost is the H100 GPUs itself, and another 13% goes to NVIDIA for InfiniBand networking. That said, excluding cost of capital in, that calculation would mean the GPUs are about 50% of the cost, and with networking NVIDIA gets a bit over 60% of the cost of the cluster. Big Tech has been dramatically ramping their capex number bears. Microsoft and Google will likely do $50 billion plus. Footnote 52. AWS and Meta $40 billion plus in capex this year. Not all of this is AI, but combined their capex will have grown $50 billion to to $100 billion year over year. Because of the AI boom, and even then they are still cutting back on other capex to shift even more spending to AI. Moreover, other cloud providers, companies, e.g., Tesla is spending $10 billion on AI this year, and nation-states are investing in AI as well. Footnote 52, and apparently, despite Microsoft growing capex by 79% compared to a year ago in a recent quarter, their AI cloud demand still exceeds supply. Situational Awareness 79. Figure 28. Quarterly NVIDIA Data Center Revenue. Plot by Thomas Woodside. Figure 29. Big Tech capex is growing extremely rapidly since ChatGPT unleashed the AI boom. Source. Let's play this forward. My best guess is overall compute investments will grow more slowly than the 3x/year largest training clusters, let's say 2x/year. Footnote 53. Footnote 53. A larger fraction of global GPU production will probably be going to the largest training cluster in the future than today, e.g. because of a consolidation to just a few leading labs, rather than many companies having frontier model scale clusters. Regarding power, of course, not all of this will be in the US, but to give a reference class, and these aren't just my idiosyncratic numbers. AMD forecasted a $400 billion AI accelerator market by 2027, implying $700 billion plus of total AI spending, pretty close to my numbers, and they are surely much less AGI-pilled than I am. Sam Altman is Situational Awareness 80. Year annual investment AI accelerator shipments in H100s, equivalent. Power as percent of U.S. electricity production chips as percent of current leading-edge TSMC wafer production. 2024 $150B5-10M1 to 2% 5 to 10%. 2026 $500B10S of millions 5% 25%. 2028 $2T100M 20% 100%. 2030 $8T100S of millions 100% 4x current capacity. Table 5. Playing forward trends on total world AI investment. Rough back-of-the-envelope calculation. For some further details on the calculations, see Appendix. Purported to be in talks to raise funds for a project of up to $70 in capex to build out AI compute capacity. The number was widely mocked, but it seems less crazy if you run the numbers. Here, one way or another, this massive scale-up is happening. Will it be done? Can it be done? The scale of investment postulated here may seem fantastical, but both the demand side and the supply side seem like they could support the above trajectory. The economic returns justify the investment. The scale of expenditures is not unprecedented for a new general-purpose technology, and the industrial mobilization for power and chips is doable. AI revenue. Companies will make large AI investments if they expect the economic returns to justify it. Reports suggest OpenAI was at a $1 billion revenue run rate in August 2023 and a $2 billion revenue run rate in February 2024. That's roughly a doubling every 6 months. If that trend holds, we should see a $10B annual run rate by late 2024/early 2025, even without pricing in a massive surge from any next-generation model. One estimate puts Microsoft at $5B of incremental AI revenue already. Situational Awareness 81. So far, every 10x scale-up in AI investment seems to yield the necessary returns. GPT 3.5 unleashed the ChatGPT mania. The estimated $500 million cost for the GPT for cluster would have been paid off by the reported billions of annual revenue for Microsoft and OpenAI. See above calculations, and a 2024 class training cluster in the billions will easily pay off if Microsoft/OpenAI AI revenue continues on track to a $10 billion plus revenue a run rate. The boom is investment-led. It takes time from a huge order of GPUs to build the clusters, build the models, and roll them out, and the clusters being planned today are many years out. But if the returns on the last GPU order keep realizing, investment will continue to skyrocket and outpace revenue, plowing in even more capital in a bet that the next 10x will keep paying off. A key milestone for AI revenue that I like to think about is, when will a big tech company, Google, Microsoft, Meta, etc., hit a $100 billion revenue run rate from AI, products, and API? These companies have on the order of $100 billion to $300 billion of revenue. Today, $100 billion would thus start representing a very substantial fraction of their business. Very naively extrapolating out the doubling every 6 months, supposing we hit a $10 billion revenue run rate in early 2025, suggests this would happen mid-2026. That may seem like a stretch, but it seems to me to require surprisingly little imagination to reach that milestone. For example, there are around 350 million paid subscribers to Microsoft Office. Could you get a third of these to be willing to pay $100 per month for an AI add-on? For an average worker, that's only a few hours a month of productivity gained. Models powerful enough to make that justifiable seem very doable in the next couple years. Footnote 54. Footnote 54. A big uncertainty for me is what the lags are for the technology to diffuse and be adopted. I think it's plausible revenue is slowed because intermediate pre-AGI models take a lot of schlep to properly integrate into company workflows. Historically, it's taken a while to fully harvest the productivity gains from new general-purpose technologies. This is where the sonic boom discussion earlier comes in, as we unhobble models and they start looking more like agents/drop in remote workers. Deploying them becomes much easier, rather than having to completely remake some workflow to harvest a 25% productivity gain from a GPT chatbot. Instead, you'll get models that you can onboard. Read yet another doom and gloom meditation. I'm not a doomer. Footnote 82. Misaligned superintelligence is probably not the biggest AI risk. Footnote 83. But I did spend the past year working on technical research on aligning AI systems as my day job at OpenAI, working with Ilya and the superalignment. Footnote 82 is not very politely certified by the doomer-in-chief. At the very least, I would call myself a strong optimist that this problem is solvable. I have spent considerable energies debating the AI pessimists and strongly advocated against policies like an AI pause. Footnote 83. I'm most worried about things just being totally crazy around superintelligence, including things like novel WMDs, destructive wars, and unknowns. Moreover, I think the arc of history counsels us to not underrate authoritarianism, and superintelligence might allow authoritarians to dominate for billions of years. Situational Awareness 106. Team. There is a very real technical problem. Our current alignment techniques, methods to ensure we can reliably control, steer, and trust AI systems won't scale to superhuman AI systems. What I want to do is explain what I see as the default plan for how we'll muddle through. Footnote 84, and why I'm optimistic. While not enough people are on the ball, we should have much more ambitious efforts to solve this problem. Overall, we've gotten lucky with how deep learning is shaken out. There's a lot of empirical low-hanging fruit that will get us part of the way, and we'll have the advantage of millions of automated AI researchers to get us the rest of the way. Footnote 84. As Tyler Cowen says, muddling through is underrated. But I also want to tell you why I'm worried. Most of all, ensuring alignment doesn't go awry will require extreme competence in managing the intelligence explosion. If we do rapidly transition from AGI to superintelligence, we will face a situation where, in less than a year, we will go from recognizable human-level systems for which descendants of current alignment techniques will mostly work fine, to much more alien, vastly superhuman systems that pose a qualitatively different, fundamentally novel technical alignment problem. At the same time, going from systems where failure is low stakes to extremely powerful systems where failure could be catastrophic. All while most of the world is probably going kind of crazy. It makes me pretty nervous. By the time the decade is out, we'll have billions of vastly superhuman AI agents running around. These superhuman AI agents will be capable of extremely complex and creative behavior. We will have no hope of following along. We'll be like first graders trying to supervise with multiple doctorates. In essence, we face a problem of handing off trust. By the end of the intelligence explosion, we won't have any hope of understanding what our billion superintelligences are doing, except as they might choose to explain to us, like they might to a child. And we don't yet have the technical ability to reliably guarantee even basic side constraints for these systems. Like don't lie, or follow the law, or don't try to exfiltrate your server. Reinforcement from human feedback, RLHF, works very well for adding such side constraints for current Situational Awareness 107 systems, but RLHF relies on humans being able to understand and supervise AI behavior, which fundamentally won't scale to superhuman systems. Simply put, without a very concerted effort, we won't be able to guarantee that superintelligence won't go rogue, and this is acknowledged by many leaders in the field. Yes, it may all be fine by default, but we simply don't know yet, especially once future AI systems aren't just trained with imitation learning, but large-scale, long-horizon RL, reinforcement learning. They will acquire unpredictable behaviors of their own, shaped by a trial-and-error process. For example, they may learn to lie or seek power simply because these are successful strategies in the real world. The stakes will be high enough that hoping for the best simply isn't a good enough answer on alignment. The problem? The superalignment problem? We've been able to develop a very successful method for align ing, i.e., steering/controlling current AI systems, dumber than us. Reinforcement learning from human feedback, RLHF. The idea behind RLHF is simple. The AI system try stuff. Humans rate whether its behavior was good or bad, and then reinforce good behaviors and penalize bad behaviors. That way, it learns to follow human preferences. Indeed, RLHF has been the key behind the success of ChatGPT and others. Footnote 85 base models had lots of raw smarts but weren't applying these in a useful way by default. They usually just responded with a garbled mess resembling random internet text. Via RLHF, we can steer their behavior, instilling important basics like instruction following and helpfulness. RLHF also allows us to bake in safety guardrails. For example, if a user asks me for bioweapon instructions, the model should probably refuse. Footnote 86. Footnote 85. Ironically, the safety guys made the biggest breakthrough for enabling AI's commercial success by inventing RLHF. Base models had lots of raw smarts but were unsteerable and thus unusable for most applications. Footnote 86. This highlights an important distinction: the technical ability to align, steer/control a model is separate from a values question of what to align to. There have been many political controversies about the latter question, and while I agree with the opposition to some of the outgrowths here, that shouldn't distract from the basic technical problem. Yes, alignment techniques can be misused, but we will need bit-2 alignment techniques to ensure even basic side constraints for future models, like follow instructions or follow the law. See also, AI alignment is distinct from its near-term applications. Situational Awareness 108. The core technical problem of superalignment is simple. How do we control AI systems much smarter than us? RLHF will predictably break down as AI systems get smarter, and we will face fundamentally new and qualitatively different technical challenges. Imagine, for example, a superhuman AI system generating 1,000,000 lines of code in a new programming language it invented. If you asked a human rater in an RLHF procedure, does this code contain any security backdoors? They simply wouldn't know. They wouldn't be able to rate the output as good or bad, safe or unsafe, and so we wouldn't be able to reinforce good behaviors and penalize bad behaviors with RLHF. Figure 33, aligning AI systems via human supervision as an RLHF won't scale to superintelligence. Even now, AI labs already need to pay expert software engineers to give RLHF ratings for ChatGPT code. The code current models can generate is already pretty advanced. Human labeler pay has gone from a few dollars for MTurk labelers to Situational Awareness 109. $100/hour for GPQA questions. Footnote 87. In the last few years, in the near future, even the best human experts spending lots of time won't be good enough. We're starting to hit early versions of the superalignment problem in the real world now, and very soon this will be a major issue even just for practically deploy ing next-generation systems. It's clear we will need a successor to RLHF that scales to AI capabilities better than human level, where human supervision breaks down. In some sense, the goal of superalignment research efforts is to repeat the success story of RLHF, make the basic research bets that will be necessary to steer and deploy AI systems a couple years down the line. Footnote 87, we estimate an average hourly payment of approximately $95 per hour. Page 3 of the GPQA paper. What failure looks like. People too often just picture a GPT-6 chatbot informing their intuitions that surely these wouldn't be dangerously misaligned. As discussed previously in this series, the unhobbling trajectory points to agents trained with RL in the near future. I think Roger's graphic gets it right. Figure 34, Roger Gross on the evolution of the alignment problem as systems become more advanced. Situational Awareness 110. One way to think of what we're trying to accomplish with alignment, from the safety perspective, is its side constraints. Consider a future powerful base model that, in a second stage of training, we train with long horizon RL to run a boosiness and make money. Footnote 88, as a simplified example. Footnote 88, very simplified. Think of an AI system trying, via trial and error, to maximize money over a period of a year, and the final, trained AI model being the result of a selection process that selects for the AI systems that were most successful at maximizing money. By default, it may well learn to lie, to commit fraud, to deceive, to hack, to seek power, and so on, simply because these can be successful strategies to make money in the real world. Footnote 89. Footnote 89, what RL is doing is simply explore ING strategies for succeeding at the objective. If a strategy works, it is reinforced in the model. So if lying, fraud, power-seeking, etc., or patterns of thinking that could lead to these sorts of behaviors in at least some situations work, these will also be reinforced in the model. What we want is to add side constraints. Don't lie, don't break the law, etc. But here we come back to the fundamental issue of align ING superhuman systems. We won't be able to understand what they are doing, and so we won't be able to notice and penalize bad behavior with RLHF. Footnote 90. Footnote 90, or inference time monitoring models trained with human supervision. If we can't add these side constraints, it's not clear what will happen. Maybe we'll get lucky and things will be benign by default. For example, maybe we can get pretty far without the AI systems having long horizon goals, or the undesirable behaviors will be minor. But it's also totally plausible they'll learn much more serious undesirable behaviors. They'll learn to lie. They'll learn to seek power. They'll learn to behave nicely when humans are looking and pursue more nefarious straight geese when we aren't watching, and so on. The superalignment problem being unsolved means that we simply won't have the ability to ensure even these basic side constraints for these superintelligence systems, like, will they reliably follow my instructions, or will they honestly answer my questions, or will they not deceive humans? People often associate alignment with some complicated questions about human values, or jump to political controversies, but deciding on what behaviors and values to instill in the model, while important, is a separate problem. The primary problem is that for whatever you want to instill the model, including ensuring very basic things like follow the law, we don't yet know how to do that for the very powerful AI systems we are building. Very Situational Awareness 111. Soon. Again, the consequences of this aren't totally clear. What is clear is that superintelligence will have vast capabilities, and so misbehavior could fairly easily be catastrophic. What's more, I expect that within a small number of years, these AI systems will be integrated in many critical systems, including military systems. Failure to do so would mean complete dominance by adversaries. It sounds crazy, but remember when everyone was saying we wouldn't connect AI to the internet? The same will go for things like we'll make sure a human is always in the loop. As people say today, alignment failures then might look like isolated incidents. Say, an autonomous agent committing fraud, a model instance, self-exfiltrating, an automated researcher falsifying an experimental result, or a drone swarm overstepping rules of engagement. But failures could also be much larger scale or more systematic. In the extreme, failures could look more like a robot rebellion. We'll have summoned a fairly alien intelligence, one much smarter than us, one whose architecture and training process wasn't even designed by us, but some super smart previous generation of AI systems, one where we can't even begin to understand what they're doing. It'll be running our military, and its goals will have been learned by a natural selection as process. Unless we solve alignment, unless we figure out how to instill those psi constraints, there's no particular reason to expect this small civilization of superintelligences will continue obey human commands in the long run. It seems totally within the realm of possibilities that at some point they'll simply conspire to cut out the humans, whether suddenly or gradually. The intelligence explosion makes this all incredibly tense. I am optimistic that superalignment is a solvable technical problem. Just like we developed our LHF, so we can develop the successor to our LHF for superhuman systems and do the science that gives us high confidence in our methods. If things continue to progress iteratively, if we insist on rigorous safety, situational awareness 112, testing, and so on, it should all be doable, and I'll discuss my current best guess of how we'll muddle through more in a bit. What makes this incredibly hair-raising is the possibility of an intelligence explosion, that we might make the transition from roughly human-level systems to vastly superhuman systems extremely rapidly, perhaps in less than a year. Figure 35, the intelligence explosion, makes superalignment incredibly hair-raising. We will extremely rapidly go from systems where our LHF works fine to systems where it will totally break down. This leaves us extremely little time to iteratively discover and situational awareness 113. Address ways in which our current methods will fail. At the same time, we will extremely rapidly go from systems where failures are fairly low stakes. ChatGPT said that word, so what, to extremely high stakes. Oops. The superintelligence self-exfiltrated from our cluster. Now it's hacking the military, rather than iteratively encountering increasingly more dangerous safety failures in the wild. The first notable safety failures we encounter might already be catastrophic. The superintelligence we get by the end of it will be vastly superhuman. We'll be entirely reliant on trusting these systems, and trusting what they're telling us is going on, since we'll have no ability of our own to pierce through what exactly they're doing anymore. The superintelligence we get by the end of it could be quite alien. We'll have gone through a decade or more of ML advances during the intelligence explosion, meaning the architectures and training algorithms will be totally different, with potentially much riskier safety properties. One example that's very salient to me: we may well bootstrap our way to human level or somewhat superhuman AGI with systems that reason via chains of thoughts, i.e., via English tokens. This is extraordinarily helpful because it means the models think out loud, letting us catch malign behavior, e.g., if it's scheming against us. But surely, having AI systems think in tokens is not the most efficient means to do it. Surely there's something much better that does all of this thinking via internal states, and so the model by the end of the intelligence explosion will almost certainly not think out loud, i.e. will have completely uninterpretable reasoning. This will be an incredibly volatile period, potentially with the backdrop of an international arms race, tons of pressure to go faster, while new capabilities advances every week with basically no human time to make good decisions, and so on. We'll face tons of ambiguous data and high-stakes decisions. Situational awareness 114. Think. We caught the AI system doing some naughty things in a test, but we adjusted our procedure a little bit to hammer that out. Our automated AI researchers tell us the alignment metrics look good, but we don't really understand what's going on and don't fully trust them, and we don't have any strong scientific understanding that makes us confident this will continue to hold for another couple OMs. So, we'll probably be fine. Also, China just stole our weights and they're launching their own intelligence explosion. They're right on our heels. It just really seems like this could go off the rails. To be honest, it sounds terrifying. Yes, we will have AI systems to help us. Just like they'll automate capabilities research, we can use them to automate alignment research. That will be key, as I discussed below. But can you trust the AI systems? You weren't sure whether they were aligned in the first place. Are they actually being honest with you about their claims about alignment science? Will automated alignment research be able to keep up with automated capabilities research, for example, because automating alignment is harder, e.g., because there are less clear metrics we can trust compared to improving model capabilities, or there's a lot of pressure to go full speed on capabilities progress because of the international race? And AI won't be able to fully substitute for the still human decision makers making good calls in this incredibly high-stakes situation. The default plan, how we can muddle through. I think we can harvest wins across a number of empirical bets, which I'll describe below, to align somewhat superhuman systems. Then, if we're confident we can trust these systems, we'll need to use these somewhat superhuman systems to automate alignment research alongside the automation of AI research in general during the intelligence explosion to figure out how to solve alignment to go the rest of the way. Situational Awareness 115. Aligning somewhat superhuman models. Aligning human-level systems won't be enough. Even the first systems that can do automated AI research, i.e. start the intelligence explosion, will likely already be substantially superhuman in many domains. This is because AI capabilities are likely to be somewhat spiky by the time AGI is human level. At whatever a human AI researcher/engineer is worst at, it'll be superhuman at many other things. For example, perhaps the ability for AI systems to effectively coordinate and plan lags behind, meaning that by the time the intelligence explosion is in full force, they'll probably already be superhuman coders, submitting million-line pull requests and new programming languages they devised, and they'll be superhuman at math and ML. These early intelligence explosion systems will start being quantitatively and qualitatively superhuman, at least in many domains. But they'll look much closer to the systems we have today in terms of architecture, and the intelligence gap we need to cover is much more manageable. Perhaps if humans trying to align true superintelligence is like a first grader trying to supervise a PhD graduate, this is more like a smart high schooler trying to supervise a PhD graduate. More generally, the more we can develop good science now, the more we'll be in a position to verify that things aren't going off the rails during the intelligence explosion. Even having good metrics we can trust for superalignment is surprisingly difficult, but without reliable metrics during the intelligence explosion, we won't know whether pressing on is safe or not. Here are some of the main research bets I see for crossing the gap between human-level and somewhat superhuman systems. Evaluation is easier than generation. We get some of the way for free because it's easier for us to evaluate outputs, especially for egregious misbehaviors, than it is to generate them ourselves. For example, it takes me months or years of hard work to write a paper, but only a couple hours to tell if a paper someone has written is any good, though perhaps longer. Situational Awareness 116. To catch fraud, we'll have teams of expert humans spend a lot of time evaluating every RLHF example, and they'll be able to thumbs down a lot of misbehavior even if the AI system is somewhat smarter than them. That said, this will only take us so far. GPT-2 or even GPT-3 couldn't detect nefarious GPT-4 reliably, even though evaluation is easier than generation. Scalable oversight. We can use AI assistants to help humans supervise other AI systems, the human AI team being able to extend supervision farther than the human could alone. For example, imagine an AI system generates 1M lines of complex code. It's easier for a human to double-check that a given line of code has a bug if an AI assistant has pointed out that, say, line 394,894 looks fishy, than it is for a human to find that same bug from scratch. A model trained to critique the code written by another model could thus help humans supervise a system with narrowly superhuman coding abilities. Several scalable oversight strategies have been proposed, including debate, market making, recursive reward modeling, improver verifier games, as well as simplified versions of those ideas. Lit critiques. Models are now strong enough that it's possible to empirically test these ideas, making direct progress on scalable oversight. I expect this to help a lot for the quantitatively superhuman part of the problem, such as the aforementioned million lines of code example. But I am less optimistic that scalable oversight techniques can really help for the qualitatively superhuman part of the problem. Imagine the model invents quantum physics when you only understand Newtonian physics. Generalization. Even with scalable oversight, we won't be able to supervise AI systems on really hard problems beyond human comprehension. However, we can study How will the AI systems generalize from human supervision on? Easy problems that we do understand and can supervise to. Behave on the hard problems that we can't understand and can no longer supervise? For example, perhaps supervising. A model to be honest in simple cases generalizes benignly to. Situational Awareness 117. The model just being honest in general, even in cases where it's doing extremely complicated things we don't understand. There's a lot of reasons to be optimistic here. Part of the magic of deep learning is that it often generalizes in benign ways. For example, our LHFing with only labels on English examples also tends to produce good behavior when it's speaking French or Spanish, even if that wasn't part of the training. I'm fairly optimistic that there will both be pretty simple methods that help nudge the model's generalization in our favor, and that we can develop a strong scientific understanding that helps us predict when generalization will work and when it will fail. To a greater extent that for scalable oversight, the hope is that this will help with alignment even in the qualitatively superhuman case. Here's another way of thinking about this. If a superhuman model is misbehaving, say breaking the law, intuitively the model should already know that it's breaking the law. Moreover, this breaking the law is probably a pretty natural concept to the model, and it will be salient in the model's representation space. The question then is, can we summon this concept from the model with only weak supervision? I'm particularly partial to this direction and perhaps biased, because I helped introduce this with some recent work with some colleagues at OpenAI. In particular, we studied an analogy to the problem of humans supervising superhuman systems. Can a small model align a larger, smarter model? We found that generalization does actually get you cross some, but certainly not all, of the intelligence gap between supervisor and supervisee, and that in simple settings there's a lot you can do to improve it. Interpretability. One intuitively attractive way we'd hope to verify and trust that our AI systems are aligned is if we could understand what they're thinking. For example, if we're worried that AI systems are deceiving us or conspiring against us, access to their internal reasoning should help us detect that. By default, modern AI systems are inscrutable black boxes. Situational Awareness 118. Figure 36. A simple analogy for study ing superalignment. Instead of a human supervising a superhuman model, we can study a small model supervising a large model. For example, can we align GPT for with only GPT-2 supervision? Will that result in GPT for appropriately generalizing what GPT-2 meant? From weak to strong generalization. Yet it seems like we should be able to do amazing digital neuroscience. After all, we have perfect access to model internals. There's a few different approaches here, going from most ambitious and cool, but will be very hard to hackio things that are easier and might just work. Mechanistic interpretability. Try to fully reverse engineer large neural networks from the ground up, fully disentangle the inscrutable matrices, so to speak. Chris Ola's team at Anthropic has done much of the pioneering work on this, starting by understanding simple mechanisms in very small models. There's incredibly exciting progress happening recently, and I'm thrilled about the overall level of activity in this space. That said, I'm worried fully reverse engineering superhuman AI systems will just be an intractable problem similar to, say, fully reverse engineering the human brain, and I'd put this work mostly in the ambitious moonshot for AI safety rather than default plan for muddling through bucket. Footnote 91. Footnote 91. Moreover, even recent progress in mechanistic interpretability to disentangle the features of models with sparse autoencoders doesn't on its own solve the problem of how to deal with superhuman models. 4. 1. The model might simply think in superhuman concepts you don't understand. Moreover, how do you know which feature is the one you want? You still don't have ground truth labels. For example, there might be tons of different features that look like the truth feature to you, one of which is what the model actually knows, and the others being what would XYZ human think, or what do the human raters want me to think, etc. Sparse autoencoders won't be enough on their own, but they will be a tool, an incredibly helpful tool that ultimately has to cash out in helping with things like the science of generalization. Neil Nanda's 200 Open Problems and Mechanistic Interpretability (ITY) also gives a flavor of this kind of research. Situational Awareness 119. Top-down interpretability. If mechanistic interpretability tries to reverse engineer neural networks from the bottom up, other work takes a more targeted, top-down approach, trying to locate information in a model without full understanding of how it is processed. For example, we might try to build an AI lie detector by identifying the parts of the neural net that light up when an AI system is lying. This can be a lot more tractable even if it gives less strong guarantees. Over the past couple of years, there's been a flurry of exciting work in this area. CCS is able to identify a truth direction in models with only unsupervised data. Footnote 92. Rome is able to identify the part of the model that knows the Eiffel Tower is in Paris, and then directly edit the model's knowledge to place the Eiffel Tower in Rome. Representation engineering and inference time interventions demonstrate using top-down techniques to detect lying and hallucinations and surgically control model behavior on jailbreaking, power-seeking, fairness, truthfulness, and more. There's other creative work on lie detection that doesn't even require model internals. Footnote 92. Essentially needing only the consistency properties of truth, rather than strong/ground truth labels of true/false, which we won't have for superhuman systems. I'm increasingly bullish that top-down interpretability techniques will be a powerful tool, i.e., we'll be able to build something like an AI lie detector. Footnote 93, and without requiring fundamental breakthroughs in understanding neural nets. Footnote 93. I'm still worried about the scalability of a lot of these techniques to very superhuman models. I think explicitly or implicitly they mostly rely on ground truth labels, i.e. a supervisor smarter than the model and or favorable generalization. Chain of thought interpretability. As mentioned earlier, I think it's quite plausible that we'll bootstrap our way to AGI with systems that think out loud via chains of thought. Even if it's not the most efficient algorithm in the limit, I'd be very surprised if superintelligence still used English chain of thought rather than thinking via some sort of recurrent internal states. We may well still benefit from this property for the first AGIs. This would be an incredible boon for interpretability. We'd have access to the AGI's internal monologue. That would make it relatively easy to detect egregious alignment failures. There's a ton of work to do here, however, if we wanted to rely on this. How do we ensure that the code remains legible? Situational Awareness 120 may simply drift from understandable English to unintelligible model speak, depending on how we use RL to train models. Can we add some simple constraints to ensure it remains legible? How do we ensure the code is faithful, i.e. AC truly reflects what models are thinking? There's some work that shows in certain situations, models will just make up post hoc reasoning in their code that don't actually reflect their actual internal reasoning for an answer. My best guess is that some simple measurement of legibility and faithfulness, and some simple hacks to preserve legibility and faithfulness longer, could go quite far. Yes, this won't work in some worlds, and it's a bit of a simple hack, but it's such low-hanging fruit. This direction is criminally underrated in my view. Adversarial testing and measurements. Along the way, it's going to be critical to stress test the alignment of our systems at every step. Our goal should be to encounter every failure mode in the lab before we encounter it in the wild. This will require substantially advancing techniques for automated red teaming. For example, if we deliberately plant backdoors or misalignments into models, what our safety training would have caught and gotten rid of them? Early work suggests that sleeper agents can survive through safety training, for example. More generally, it'll be critical to have good measurements of alignment. Does the model have the power to be misaligned? For example, does it have long horizon goals, and what sorts of drives it is learning? And what are clear red lines? For example, a very intuitive bound might be model reasoning. Chain of thoughts always has to remain legible and faithful. As Eric Schmidt says, the point at which AI agents can talk to each other in a language we can't understand, we should unplug the computers. Another might be developing better measurements for whether models are being fully honest. The science of measuring alignment is still in its infancy. Improving this will be critical for helping us make the right trade-offs on risk during the intelligence explosion. doing the science. Situational Awareness 121. That lets us measure alignment and gives us an understanding of what evidence would be sufficient to assure us that the next OM into superhuman territory is safe, is among the very highest priority work for alignment research today, beyond just work that tries to extend our LHF further to somewhat superhuman systems. See also this write-up of superalignment. Research directions for the superalignment fast grants call for proposals. Automating alignment research. Ultimately, we're going to need to automate alignment research. There's no way we'll manage to solve alignment for true superintelligence directly. Covering that vast of an intelligence gap seems extremely challenging. Moreover, by the end of the intelligence explosion, after 100 million automated AI, researchers have furiously powered through a decade of ML progress. I expect much more alien systems in terms of AI architecture and algorithms compared to current system with potentially less benign properties, e.g. unlegibility of COT, generalization properties, or the severity of misalignment induced by training. But we also don't have to solve this problem just on our own. If we manage to align somewhat superhuman systems enough to trust them, we'll be in an incredible position. We'll have millions of automated AI researchers, smarter than the best AI researchers, at our disposal. Leveraging these army of automated researchers properly to solve alignment for even more superhuman systems will be decisive. This applies more generally, by the way, for the full spectrum of AI risks, including misuse and so on. The best route, perhaps the only route to AI safety in all of these cases, will involve properly leveraging early AGIs for safety. For example, we should put a bunch of them to work on automated research to improve security against foreign actors exfiltrating weights, others on shoring up defenses against worst-case bioattacks, and so on. Getting automated alignment right during the intelligence explosion will be extraordinarily high stakes. We'll be going through many years of AI advances in mere months with little. Situational Awareness 122. Human time to make the right decisions, and we'll start inter-ING territory where alignment failures could be catastrophic. Labs should be willing to commit a large fraction of their compute to automated alignment research versus automated capabilities research during the intelligence explosion, if necessary. We'll need strong guarantees that let us trust the automated alignment research being produced and much better measurements for misalignment than we have today to know whether we're still in the clear. For every OM we want to ascend, we will need to have extremely high confidence in our alignment approaches for that next OM. Most of all, getting this right will require an extreme degree of competence, seriousness, and willingness to make hard trade-offs. Once we're approaching true superintelligence, the stakes get very real, and failure, rogue AI, could be catastrophic. There will be moments with ambiguous evidence, when metrics will superficially look okay, but there are some warning signs that hint at looming danger, and we mostly don't have a clue what's going on anymore. Navigating this situation responsibly will require making very costly trade-offs. Eventually, the decision to greenlight the next generation of superintelligence will need to be taken as seriously as the decision to launch a military operation. Super defense. Getting alignment right should only be the first of many layers of defense during the intelligence explosion. Alignment will be hard. There will be failures along the way. If at all possibly, we need to be in a position where alignment can fail, but failure wouldn't be catastrophic. This could mean security. An air-gapped cluster is the first layer of defense against superintelligence attempting to self-exfiltrate and do ING damage in the real world. And that's only the beginning. We'll need much more extreme security against model self-exfiltration. Footnote 94 across the board, from hardware encryption to many key sign-off. Footnote 95, and once our AGIs can do automated. Footnote 94, a model stealing its own weights to make copies of itself outside of the original data center. Footnote 95, protecting against humans fooled or persuaded by the AI to help it exfiltrate. Situational Awareness 123. R&D, we should put them to work on further hardening security as well. Monitoring. If our AI systems are up to something fishy or malevolent, or a rogue employee tries to use them for unauthorized activities, we need to be able to catch it. However, this is not a trivial task. We will have millions of AGI instances running our cluster, executing complex code and so on. we will need advanced monitoring systems that leverage the models themselves, including monitoring model outputs, chains of thought, model-written code, server/network active ITY, and interactions with researchers/other humans, entirely leveraging some AI systems to narc on other AI systems. Moreover, we'll want to develop and employ sophisticated control protocols using less powerful but trusted models to protect against subversion from more powerful but less trusted models. This may require, for example, dedicating the same amount of compute to monitoring model instances as to compute for active model instances. Targeted capability limitations. As much as possible, we should try to limit the model's capabilities in targeted ways that reduce fallout from failure. A central example of this might be scrubbing everything related to biology and chemistry from model training or using unlearning techniques. This helps cut off paths to catastrophic real-world damage that occur via biological and chemical weapons. Targeted training method restrictions. There are likely some ways of training models that are inherently riskier, more likely to produce severe misalignments than others. For example, imitation learning seems relatively safe. Hard to see how that would lead to models that have dangerous long-term internal goals, while we should avoid long-horizon outcome-based RL, which seems much more likely to lead to the model learning undesirable long-term goals as long as possible. We should also avoid training against our interpretability methods and our monitoring setup, such that our models aren't simply trained to work around these. There might be additional desirable limitations, for example, maintaining legible and faithful chains of thought as long as Situational Awareness 124 possible. We should define these constraints ahead of time, maintain them as long as we can throughout the intelligence explosion, and only drop them if absolutely necessary. And there's likely a lot more possible here. Will these be foolproof? Not at all. True superintelligence is likely able to get around most any security scheme, for example. Still, they buy us a lot more margin for error, and we're going to need any margin we can get. We'll want to use that margin to get in a position where we have very high confidence in our alignment techniques, only relaxing super defense measures, for example, deploying the superintelligence in non-air-gapped environments concomitant with our confidence. Things will get dicey again once we move to deploying these AI systems in less controlled settings, for example in military applications. It's likely circumstances will force us to do this fairly quickly, but we should always try to buy as much margin for error as much as possible, for example, rather than just directly deploying the superintelligences in the field for military purposes, using them to do R&D in a more isolated environment, and only deploying the specific technologies they invent, e.g., more limited autonomous weapon systems that we're more confident we can trust. Why I'm optimistic and why I'm scared. I'm incredibly bullish on the technical tractability of the superalignment problem. It feels like there's tons of low-hanging fruit everywhere in the field. More broadly, the empirical realities of deep learning have shaken out more in our favor compared to what some speculated 10 years ago. For example, deep learning generalizes surprisingly benignly in many situations. It often just does the thing we meant, rather than picking up some abstruse malign behavior. Footnote 96. Moreover, while fully understanding model internals will be hard, at least for the initial AGIs, we have a decent shot of interpretability. We can get them to reason transparently via chains of thought. And footnote 96, though, of course, while that may apply to current models and perhaps human-level systems, we have to be careful about attempting to extrapolate evidence from current models to future, vastly superhuman models. Situational Awareness 125. Hacky techniques like representation engineering work surprisingly well as lie detectors or similar. I think there's a pretty reasonable shot that the default plan to align somewhat superhuman systems will mostly work. Footnote 97. Of course, it's one thing to speak about a default plan in the abstract. It's another if the team responsible for executing that plan is you and your 20 colleagues, much more stressful. Footnote 98. There's still an incredibly tiny number of people seriously working on solving this problem, maybe a few dozen serious researchers. Nobody's on the ball. There's so much interest and productive ML research to do on this, and the gravity of the challenge demands a much more concerted effort than what we're currently putting forth. Footnote 97. To be clear, given the stakes, I think muddling through is in some sense a terrible plan, but it might be all we've got. Footnote 98. I'm reminded of Scott Aronson's letter to his younger self. There's a company building an AI that fills giant rooms, eats at towns worth of electricity, and has recently gained an astounding ability to converse like people. It can write essays or poetry on any topic. It can ace college-level exams. It's daily gaining new capabilities that the engineers who tend to the AI can't even talk about in public. Yet, those engineers do, however, sit in the company cafeteria and debate the meaning of what they're creating. What will it learn to do next week? Which jobs might it render obsolete? Should they slow down or stop so as not to tickle the tail of the dragon? But wouldn't that mean someone else? Probably someone with less scruples would wake the dragon first? Is there an ethical obligation to tell the world more about this? Is there an obligation to tell it less? I am. You are spending a year working at that company. My job, your job, is to develop a mathematical theory of how to prevent the AI and its successors from wreaking havoc. Where wreaking havoc could mean anything, from turbocharging propaganda and academic cheating to dispensing bioterrorism advice to, yes, destroying the world. But that's just the first part of the plan. What really keeps me up at night is the intelligence explosion. Aligning the first AGIs, the first somewhat superhuman systems, is one thing. Vastly superhuman, alien superintelligence is a new ballgame. And it is a scary ballgame. The intelligence explosion will be more like running a war than launching a product. We're not on track for super offense for an air-gapped cluster or any of that. I'm not sure we would even realize if a model self-exfiltrated. We're not on track for a sane chain of command to make any of these insanely high-stakes decisions, to insist on the very high-confidence AP appropriate for superintelligence, to make the hard decisions to take extra time before launching the next training run to get safety right, or dedicate a large majority of compute to alignment research, to recognize danger ahead and avert it rather than crashing right into it. Right now, no lab has demonstrated much of a willingness to make any costly trade-offs to get safety. Right? We get lots of safety committees, yes, but those are pretty meaningless. By default, we'll probably stumble into the intelligence explosion and have gone through a few OMs before people even realize what we've gotten into. We're counting way too much on luck here. ID. The free world must prevail. Superintelligence will give a decisive economic and military advantage. China isn't at all out of the game yet. In the race to AGEI, the free world's very survival will be at stake. Can we maintain our preeminence over the authoritarian powers? And will we manage to avoid self-destruction along the way? The story of the human race is war. Except for brief and precarious interludes, there has never been peace in the world. And before history began, murderous strife was universal and unending. Might not a bomb no bigger than an orange be found to possess a secret power to destroy a whole block of buildings? Nay, to concentrate the force of 1,000 tons of cordite and blast a township at a stroke? Winston Churchill. Shall we all commit suicide? 1924. Superintelligence will be the most powerful technology and most powerful weapon mankind has ever developed. It will give a decisive military advantage, perhaps comparable only with nuclear weapons. Authoritarians could use superintelligence for world conquest and to enforce total control. Internally, rogue states could use it to threaten annihilation. And though many count them out, once the CCP wakes up to AGI, it has a clear path to being competitive, at least until and unless we drastically improve US AI lab security. Every month of lead will matter for safety too. We face the Situational Awareness 127. Greatest risks if we are locked in a tight race, democratic allies and authoritarian competitors, each racing through the already precarious intelligence explosion at breakneck pace, forced to throw any caution by the wayside, fearing the other getting superintelligence first. Only if we preserve a healthy lead of democratic allies will we have the margin of error for navigate the extraordinarily volatile and dangerous period around the emergence of superintelligence. And only American leadership is a realistic path to developing a non-proliferation regime. To avert the risks of self-destruction, superintelligence will unfold. Our generation too easily takes for granted that we live in peace, and freedom. And those who herald the age of AGIN. SF too often ignore the elephant in the room. Superintelligence is a matter of national security, and the United States must win. Whoever leads on superintelligence will have a decisive military advantage. Superintelligence is not just any other technology, hypersonic missiles, stealth, and so on, were U.S. and liberal democracies. Leadership is highly desirable, but not strictly necessary. The military balance of power can be kept if the U.S. falls behind on one or a couple such technologies. These technologies matter a great deal, but can be outweighed by advantages in other areas. The advent of superintelligence will put us in a situation unseen since the advent of the atomic era. Those who have it will wield complete dominance over those who don't. I've previously discussed the vast power of superintelligence. It'll mean having billions of automated scientists and engineers and technicians, each much smarter than the smartest human. Scientists furiously inventing new technologies, day and night. The acceleration in scientific and technological development will be extraordinary, as superintelligence is applied to R&D. In military technology, we could quickly go through decades of military technological progress. Situational Awareness 128. The Gulf War, or what a few decades worth of technological lead implies for military power. The Gulf War provides a helpful illustration of how a 20-30-year lead in military technology can be decisive. At the time, Iraq commanded the fourth largest army in the world. In terms of numbers, troops, tanks, artillery, the U.S.-led coalition barely matched or was outmatched by the Iraqis, all while the Iraqis had had ample time to entrench their defenses, a situation that would normally require a 3:1 or 5:1 advantage in military manpower to dislocate. But the U.S.-led coalition obliterated the Iraqi army in a merely 100-hour ground war. Coalition dead numbered a mere 292 compared to 20,000 to 50,000 Iraqi dead and hundreds of thousands of others wounded or captured. The coalition lost a mere 31 tanks compared to the destruction of over 3,000 Iraqi tanks. The difference in technology wasn't godlike or unfathomable, but it was utterly and completely decisive, guided. And smart munitions, early versions of stealth, better sensors, better tank scopes to see farther in the night and in dust storms, better fighter jets, an advantage in reconnaissance, and so on. For a more recent example, recall Iran launching a massive attack of 300 missiles at Israel, 99% of which were intercepted by superior Israel, U.S., and allied missile defense. A lead of a year or 2 or 3 on superintelligence could mean as utterly decisive a military advantage as the U.S. coalition had against Iraq in the Gulf War. A complete reshaping of the military balance of power will be on the line. Imagine if we had gone through the military technological developments of the 20th century in less than a decade. We'd have gone from horses and rifles and trenches to modern tank armies in a couple years, to armadas of supersonic fighter planes and nuclear weapons and ICBMs a couple years after. Situational Awareness 129. That, to stealth and precision that can knock out an enemy before they even know you're there another couple years after. That is the situation we will face with the advent of superintelligence, the military technological advances of a century, compressed to less than a decade. We'll see superhuman hack-ing that can cripple much of an adversary's military force. Robormies and autonomous drone swarms, but more importantly completely new paradigms we can't yet begin to imagine, and the inventions of new WMDs with thousandfold increases in destructive power and new WMD defenses too. Like impenetrable missile defense that rapidly and repeatedly upend deterrence equilibria. And it wouldn't just be technological progress. As we solve robotics, labor will become fully automated, enabling a broader industrial and economic explosion, too. It is plausible growth. Rates could go into the tens of % a year, within at most a decade. The GDP of those with the lead would trounce those behind. Rapidly multiplying robot factories would mean not only a drastic technological edge, but also production capacity to dominate in pure material. Think millions of missile interceptors, billions of drones, and so on. Of course, we don't know the limits of science and the many frictions that could slow things down, but no godlike advances are necessary for a decisive military advantage. And $1 billion Superintelligent scientists will be able to do a lot. It seems clear that within a matter of years, pre-superintelligence militaries would become hopelessly outclassed. The military advantage would be decisive even against nuclear deterrence. To be even clearer, it seems likely the advantage conferred by superintelligence would be decisive enough even to preemptively take out an adversary's nuclear deterrent. Improved sensor networks and analysis could locate even the quietest current nuclear submarines, similarly for immobile missile launchers. Millions or billions of mouse-sized. Situational Awareness 130. Autonomous drones, with advances in stealth, could infiltrate behind enemy lines and then surreptitiously locate, sabotage, and decapitate the adversary's nuclear forces. Improved sensors, targeting, and so on could dramatically improve missile defense, similar to, say, the Iran versus Israel example above. Moreover, if there is an industrial explosion, robot factories could churn out thousands of interceptors for each opposing missile. And all of this is without even considering completely new scientific and technological paradigms, e.g., remotely deactivating all the nukes. It would simply be no contest. And not just no contest. In the nuclear sense of we could mutually destroy each other, but no contest in terms of being able to obliterate the military power of a rival without taking significant casualties. A couple years of lead on superintelligence would mean complete dominance. If there is a rapid intelligence explosion, it's plausible a lead of mere months could be decisive. Months could mean the difference between roughly human-level AI systems and substantially superhuman AI systems, perhaps possessing those initial superintelligences alone, even before being broadly deployed, would be enough for a decisive advantage, e.g., via superhuman hacking abilities that could shut down pre-superintelligence militaries, more limited drone swarms that threaten instant death for every opposing leader, official, and their families, and advanced bioweapons developed with AlphaFold-style simulation that could target specific ethnic groups, e.g. anybody but Han Chinese, or simply withhold the hear from the adversary. China can be competitive. Many seem complacent about China and AGI. The chip export controls have neutered them, and the leading AI labs are in the US and the UK, so we don't have much to worry about. Right? Chinese LLMs are fine. They are definitely capable of training large models, but they are at best comparable to the Situational Awareness 131. Second tier of US labs. Footnote 99, and even Chinese models are often near ripoffs of American open-source releases, for example. The E34B architecture seems to have essentially the Llama 2 architecture, with merely a few lines of code changed. Footnote 100. Chinese deep learning used to be more important than it is today. For example, Baidu published one of the first modern scaling law papers, and while China publishes more papers in AI than the US, they don't seem to have driven any of the key breakthroughs in recent years. Footnote 99, for example, eLarge seems to be a GPT-4 class model on LMSs, but that's over a year after OpenAI released GPT-4. Footnote 100. Similarly, Quen Hugging Face Code cites Mistral a lot, and it seems that Chinese LLM dependence on Amr Icon open source is an explicit worry that has made its way to the Chinese Premier. That's all merely a prelude, however. If and when the CCP wakes up to AGI, we should expect extraordinary efforts on the part of the CCP to compete. And I think there's a pretty clear path for China to be in the game. I'll build the US and steal the algorithms. 1. Compute. 1A. Chips. China now seems to have demonstrated the ability to manufacture 7 nanometers chips, while going beyond 7 nanometers will be difficult, requiring EUV. 7 nanometers is enough. For reference, 7 nanometers is what NVIDIA A100S used. The indigenous Huawei Ascend 910B, based on the SMIC 7 nanometers platform, seems to only be 2-3x worse on performance/dollar than an equivalent NVIDIA chip would be. Footnote 101. Footnote 101. The Huawei Ascend 910B seems to cost around 120,000 yuan per card, or about $17,000. This is produced on the SMIC 7 nanometers node, while performing similarly to an A100. H100S or maybe 3x better than A100S, while costing somewhat more, $20,000 to $25,000 ASP, suggesting only a 2-3x cost increase for equivalent AI GPU performance for China right now. The yield of SMIC's 7 nanometers production and the general maturity of Chinese abilities here is debated. Footnote 102, and a critical open question is in what quantities they could produce these 7 nanometers chips. Footnote 103 still, it seems like there's at least a very reasonable chance they'll be able to do this at large scale in a few years. Situational awareness. Footnote 102, for example, training clusters in a few years. Western HBM memory. Footnote 106. Some reason is not export control that even 3x more on chips is said to be sampling would be much less than HBM that next year of increase in data center costs. Actual logic fab costs are less than 5% of NVIDIA GPU cost, and even considering memory and CoOS, it's less than 20% of the NVIDIA price tag due to their margin. And even GPUs themselves tend to be only 50 to 60% of the cost of a data center. So 3x more expensive on the chip fab and might translate into much less than a 3x increase in overall cost. Even for 10x more expensive chips, it seems like China could stomach that without hugely increasing data center costs. 1b. Outbuilding the US, the binding constraint on the largest training clusters won't be chips, but industrial mobilization. Perhaps most of all the 100 gigawatts of power for the trillion-dollar cluster. But if there's one thing China can do better than the US, it's building stuff. In the last decade, China has roughly built as much new electricity capacity as the entire US capacity, while US capacity has remained basically flat. In the US, these things get stuck in environmental review, permitting, and regulation for a decade. First, it thus seems quite plausible that China will be able to simply outbuild the US on the largest training clusters. Figure 37, the AI power bill-out for 2030 seems much more doable for China than the US, based on earlier estimates from 3A, racing to the trillion-dollar cluster. Algorithms. As discussed extensively in Counting the OMs, scaling compute is only part of the story. Algorithmic advances probably contribute at least half of AI progress. We're developing the key algorithmic breakthroughs for AGI right now, essentially. The UV of algorithms because of the data wall. Situational Awareness 133. By default, I expect Western labs to be well ahead. They have much of the key talent, and in recent years have developed all of the key breakthroughs. The size of the advantage may well be equivalent to a 10x or even 100x bigger cluster in a few years. This would provide the United States with a reasonably comfortable lead. And yet, on the current course, we will completely surrender this advantage. As discussed extensively in the Security SEC tie-in, the current state of security essentially makes it trivial for China to infiltrate American labs. And so, unless we lock down the labs very soon, I expect China to be able to simply steal the key algorithmic ingredients for AGI and match US capabilities. Footnote 107. Footnote 107. Some argue that even if China stole these secrets, they wouldn't be able to compete because it requires tacit knowledge. I disagree. I think of this as having two layers. The bottom layer is the engineering prowess for large-scale training runs. These training runs can be hacky and delicate and requires tacit knowledge. But as I'll discuss later, Chinese AI efforts have shown themselves perfectly capable of training large-scale models, and I think they will have this tacit knowledge indigenously. The top layer is the algorithmic recipe, things like model architecture, the right scaling laws, etc., that could be conveyed in a 1-hour call. These compute multipliers are usually discrete changes, meaning the underlying tacit knowledge for large-scale training runs should transfer. I don't think tacit knowledge will be a decisive barrier for Chinese AGI efforts. Even worse, if we don't improve security, there is an even more salient path for China to compete. They won't even need to train their own AGI. They'll just be able to steal the AGI weights directly. Once they've stolen a copy of the automated AI researcher, they'll be off to the races and can launch their own intelligence explosion. If they're willing to apply less caution, both good caution and unreasonable regulation and delay than the US, they could race through the intelligence explosion more quickly, outrunning us to superintelligence. To date, US tech companies have made a much bigger bet on AI and scaling than any Chinese efforts. Consequently, we are well ahead. But counting out China now is a bit like count ING out Google in the AI race when ChatGPT came out in late 2022. Google hadn't yet focused their efforts in an intense AI bet, and it looked as though OpenAI was far ahead. But once Google woke up, a year and a half later, they are putting up a very serious fight. China, too, has a clear path to putting up a very serious fight. If and when the CCP mobilizes in the race to AGI, the picture could start looking very different. Perhaps the Chinese government will be incompetent. Perhaps they decide AI threatens the CCP and impose stifling regulation. But I wouldn't count on it. Situational Awareness 134. I, for one, think we need to operate under the assumption that we will face a full-throated Chinese AGI effort. As every year, we get dramatic leaps in AI capability as we start seeing early automation of software engineers as AI revenue explodes, and we start seeing $10T valuations at trillion-dollar cluster build-outs as a broader consensus starts to form that we are on the cusp of AGI. The CCP will take note. Much as I expect these leaps to wake up the USG to AGI, I would expect it to wake up the CCP to AGI and to wake up to what being behind on AGI would mean for their national power. They will be a formidable adversary. The authoritarian peril. A dictator who wields the power of superintelligence would command concentrated power unlike any we've ever seen. In addition to being able to impose their will on other countries, they could enshrine their rule internally. Millions of AI-controlled robotic law enforcement agents could police their populace. Mass surveillance would be hypercharged. Dictator-loyal AIs could individually assess every citizen for dissent, with advanced near-perfect lie detection rooting out any disloyalty. Most importantly, the robotic military and police force could be wholly controlled by a single political leader and programmed to be perfectly obedient. No more risk of coups or popular rebellions. Whereas past dictatorships were never permanent, superintelligence could eliminate basically all historical threats to a dictator's rule and lock in their power. CF value lock-in. If the CCP gets this power, they could enforce the party's conception of truth totally and completely. To be clear, I don't just worry about dictators getting superintelligence because our values are better. I believe in freedom and democracy strongly because I don't know what the right values are. In the long arc of history, time has upset many. Situational Awareness 135. Fighting faiths. I believe we should place our faith in mechanisms of error correction, experimentation, competition, and adaptation. Superintelligence will give those who wield it the power to crush opposition, dissent, and lock in their grand plan for humanity. It will be difficult for anyone to resist the terrible temptation to use this power. I hope, dearly, that we can instead rely on the wisdom of the framers, letting radically different values flourish and preserving the raucous plurality that has defined the American experiment. At stake in the AGI race will not just be the advantage in some far-flung proxy war, but whether freedom and democracy can survive for the next century and beyond. The course of human history is as brutal as it is clear. Twice in the 20th century, tyranny threatened the globe. We must be under no delusion that this threat is banished forever. For many of my young friends, freedom and democracy feel like a given, but they are not. By far the most common political system in history is authoritarianism. Footnote 108. Footnote 108. Primarily monarchy. I genuinely do not know the intentions of the CCP and their authoritarian allies. But, as a reminder, the CCP is a regime founded on the continued worship of perhaps the greatest totalitarian mass murderer in human history, with estimates ranging from 40 to 80 million victims due to starvation, persecution, prison labor, and mass executions. A regime that recently put 1 million Uyghurs in concentration camps and crushed a free Hong Kong. A regime that systematically practices mass surveillance for social control, both of the newfangled tracking phones, DNA databases, facial recognition, and so on, and the old-fangled recruiting an army of citizens to report on their neighbors' kind. A regime that ensures all text messages pass through a censor, and that goes so far to repress dissent as to pull families into police stations when their child overseas attends a protest. A regime that has cemented Xi Jinping as dictator for life. A regime that touts its aims to militarily crush and re-educate a free neighboring nation. A regime that explicitly seeks a China-centric world order. Situational Awareness 136. The free world must prevail over the authoritarian powers in this race. We owe our peace and freedom to American economic and military preeminence, perhaps even empowered with superintelligence. The CCP will behave responsibly on the international stage, leaving each to their own. But the history of dictators of their ilk is not pretty. If America and her allies fail to win this race, we risk it all. Maintaining a healthy lead will be decisive for safety. It is the cursed history of science and technology that as they have unfolded their wonders, they have also expanded the means of destruction, from sticks and stones to swords and spears, rifles and cannons, machine guns and tanks, bombers and missiles, nuclear weapons. The destruction/dollar curve has consistently gone down as technology has advanced. We should expect the rapid technological progress post-superintelligence to follow this trend. Perhaps dramatic advances in biology will yield extraordinary new bioweapons, ones that spread silently, swiftly, before killing with perfect lethality on command, and that can be made extraordinarily cheaply, affordable even for terrorist groups. Perhaps new kinds of nuclear weapons enable the size of nuclear arsenals to increase by orders of magnitude, with new delivery mechanisms that are undetectable. Perhaps mosquito-sized drones, each carrying a deadly poison, could be targeted to kill every member of an opposing nation. It's hard to know what a century's worth of technological progress would yield, but I am confident it would unfold appalling possibilities. Humanity barely evaded self-destruction during the Cold War. On the historical view, the greatest existential risk posed by AGI is that it will enable us to develop extraordinary new means of mass death. This time, these means could even pro-life rate to become accessible to rogue actors or terrorists, especially if, as on the current course, the superintelligence weights aren't sufficiently protected and can be directly stolen by North Korea, Iran, and company. Situational Awareness 137. North Korea already has a concerted bioweapons program. The U.S. assesses that North Korea has a dedicated, national-level offensive program to develop and produce bioweapons. It seems plausible that their primary constraint is how far their small circle of top scientists has been able to push the limits of synthetic biology. What happens when that constraint is removed, when they can use millions of superintelligences to accelerate their bioweapons R&D? For example, the U.S. assesses that North Korea currently has limited ability to genetically engineer biological products. What happens when that becomes unlimited? With what unholy new concoctions will they hold us hostage? Moreover, as discussed in the superalignment section, there will be extreme safety risks around and during the intelligence explosion. We will be faced with novel technical challenges to ensure we can reliably trust and control superhuman AI systems. This very well may require us to slow down at some critical moments, say, delaying by 6 months in the middle of the intelligence explosion to get additional assurances on safety, or using a large fraction of compute on alignment research rather than capabilities progress. Some hope for some sort of international treaty on safety. This seems fanciful to me. The world where both the CCP and USG are AGI-pilled enough to take safety risks seriously is also the world in which both realize that international economic and military predominance is at stake, that being months behind on AGI could mean being permanently left behind. If the race is tight, any arms control equilibrium, at least in the early phase, around superintelligence seems extremely unstable. In short, breakout is too easy. The incentive and the fear that others will act on this incentive to race ahead with an intelligence explosion to reach superintelligence and the decisive advantage too great. Footnote 109. At the very least, the odds we get something good enough here seem slim. How have those climate treaties gone? That seems like a dramatically easier problem compared to this. Footnote 109. Consider the following comparison of unstable versus stable arms control. Equilibria. 1980s arms control during the Cold War reduced nuclear weapons substantially, but targeted a stable equilibrium. The U.S. and the Soviet Union still had thousands of nuclear weapons. MAD was assured, even if one of the actors tried a crash program to build more nukes, and a rogue nation could try to build some nukes of their own, but not fundamentally threaten the US or Soviet Union with overmatch. However, when disarmament is too very low levels of weapons occurs amidst rapid technological change, the equilibrium is unstable. A rogue actor or treaty breaker can easily start a crash program and threaten to totally overmatch the other players. 0. Nukes wouldn't be a stable equilibrium. Similarly, this paper has interesting historical case studies, such as post-World War I, arms limitations and the Washington Naval Treaty, where disarmament in similarly dynamic situations destabilized rather than stabilized. If mere months of lead on AGI would give an utterly decisive advantage, this makes stable disarmament on AI similarly difficult. A rogue upstart or a treaty breaker could gain a huge edge by secretly starting a crash program. The temptation would be too great for any sort of arrangement to be stable. The main, perhaps the only, hope we have is that an alliance of democracies has a healthy lead over adversarial powers. The Situational Awareness 138. United States must lead, and use that lead to enforce safety norms on the rest of the world. That's the path we took with nukes, offering assistance on the peaceful uses of nuclear technology in exchange for an international non-proliferation regime, ultimately underwritten by American military power, and it's the only path that's been shown to work. Perhaps most importantly, a healthy lead gives us room to maneuver, the ability to cash in parts of the lead, if necessary, to get safety right, for example by devoting extra work to alignment during the intelligence explosion. The safety challenges of superintelligence would become extremely difficult to manage if you were in a neck-and-neck arms race. A 2-year versus a 2-month lead could easily make all the difference. If we have only a 2-month lead, we have no margin at all for safety. In fear of the CCP's intelligence explosion, we'd almost certainly race, no holds barred, through our own intelligence explosion, barreling towards AI systems vastly smarter than humans in months, without any ability to slow down to get key decisions right, with all the risks of superintelligence going awry that implies. We'd face an extremely volatile situation, as we, in the CCP, rapidly developed extraordinary new military technology that repeatedly destabilized deterrence. If our secrets and weights aren't locked down, it might even mean a range of other rogue states are close as well, each of them using superintelligence to furnish their own new arsenal of super WMDs. Even if we barely manage to inch out ahead, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. The existential strug GLE would have brought the world to the brink of total self-destruction. Superintelligence looks very different if the Democratic allies have a healthy lead, say 2 years. Footnote 110 that buys us the time necessary to navigate the unprecedented series of challenges we'll face around and after superintelligence and to stabilize the situation. Footnote 110 note that, given the already rapid pace of AI progress today and the even more rapid pace we should expect in an intelligence explosion and the broader technological explosion, post-superintelligence, even a 2-year lead would be a huge difference in capabilities in the post-superintelligence world. If and when it becomes clear that the US will decisively win, that's when we offer a deal to China and other adversaries. They'll know they won't win, and so they'll know they're only. Situational Awareness 139. Option is to come to the table, and we'd rather avoid a feverish standoff or last-ditch military attempts on their part to sabotage Western efforts, in exchange for guaranteeing non-interference in their affairs and sharing the peaceful benefits of superintelligence, a regime of non-proliferation, safety norms, and a semblance of stability post-superintelligence can be born. In any case, as we go deeper into this struggle, we must not forget the threat of self-destruction that we made it through. The Cold War in one piece involved too much luck. Footnote 111, and the destruction could be 1,000-fold more potent than what we faced then. A healthy lead by an American-led coalition of democracies and a solemn exercise of this leadership to stabilize whatever volatile situation we find ourselves in is probably the safest path to navigating past this precipice. But in the heat of the AGI race, we better not screw it up. Footnote 111 Daniel Ellsberg recounts this rivetingly as one of the nuclear war planners at RAND and in the national security apparatus at the time. Superintelligence is a matter of national security. It is clear AGI is an existential challenge for the national security of the United States. It's time to start treating it as such. Slowly, the USG is starting to move. The export controls on. American chips are a huge deal and were an incredibly prescient move at the time. But we have to get serious across the board. The US has a lead. We just have to keep it. And we're screwing that up right now. Most of all, we must rapidly and radically lock down the AI labs before we leak key AGI breakthroughs. In the next 12 to 24 months, or the AGI waits themselves. We must build the compute clusters in the US, not in dictatorships that offer easy money. And yes, American AI labs have a duty to work with the intelligence community and the military. America's lead on AGI won't secure peace and freedom by just building the best AI girlfriend apps. It's not pretty, but we must build AI for American defense. Situational Awareness 140. We are already on course for the most combustive international situation in decades. Putin is on the march in Eastern Europe. The Middle East is on fire. The CCP views taking Taiwan as its destiny. Now add in the race to AGI. Add in its centuries' worth of technological breakthroughs compressed in 2 years post-superintelligence. It will be the one of most unstably international situations ever seen, and at least initially, the incentives for first strikes will be tremendous. Footnote 112. Footnote 112. Everyone will be racing to their own superintelligences, and there will be a limited window before someone ahead will have irreversibly pulled away. There will be a big incentive to try to disable the enemy superintelligence clusters before they've gained a sufficient physical advantage, e.g., using superintelligence to develop impenetrably missile defense or drone swarms. That leaves everyone else permanently in the dust. There's already an eerie convergence of AGI timelines 2027, and Taiwan Watchers Taiwan invasion timelines, China ready to invade Taiwan by 2027, a convergence that will surely only heighten as the world wakes up to AGI. Imagine if in 1960, the vast majority of the world's uranium deposits were somehow concentrated in Berlin. It seems to me that there is a real chance that the AGI endgame plays out with the backdrop of World War. Then all bets are off for the project. As the race to AGI intensifies, the national security state will get involved. The USG will wake from its slumber, and by 27/28 will get some form of government AGI project? No. Startup can handle superintelligence. Somewhere in a SCF. The endgame will be on. We must be curious to learn how such a set of objects, hundreds of power plants, thousands of bombs, tens of thousands of people massed in national establishments can be traced back to a few people sitting at laboratory benches discussing the peculiar behavior of one type of atom. Spencer R. Weird. Many plans for AI governance are put forth these days. From licensing frontier AI systems to safety standards to a public cloud with a few $100 million in compute for academics. These seem well-intentioned, but to me, it seems like they are making a category error. I find it an insane proposition that the US government will let a random SF startup develop superintelligence. Imagine if we had developed atomic bombs by letting Uber just improvise. Superintelligence, AI systems much smarter than humans, will have vast power, from developing novel weaponry to drive ING and explosion in economic growth. Superintelligence will be Situational Awareness 142. The locus of international competition, a lead of months potentially decisive in military conflict. It is a delusion of those who have unconsciously internalized our brief respite from history that this will not summon more primordial forces. Like many scientists before us, the great minds of San Francisco hope that they can control the destiny of the demon they are birthing. Right now, they still can, for they are among the few with situational awareness who understand what they are building. But in the next few years, the world will wake up. So too will the national security state. History will make a triumphant return. As in many times before COVID, World War II, it will seem as though the United States is asleep at the wheel before, all at once, the government shifts into gear in the most extraordinary fashion. There will be a moment, in just a few years, just a couple more. 2023 level, leaps in model capabilities and AI discourse. Where it will be clear, we are on the cusp of AGI and superintelligence shortly thereafter. While there's a lot of flux in the exact mechanics. One way or another, the USG will be at the helm. The leading labs will voluntarily merge. Congress will appropriate trillions for chips and power. A coalition of democracies formed. Startups are great for many things, but a startup on its own is simply not equipped for being in charge of the United States' most important national defense project. We will need government involvement to have even a hope of defending against the all-out espionage threat we will face. The private AI efforts might as well be directly delivering superintelligence to the CCP. We will need the government to ensure even a semblance of a sane chain of command. You can't have random CEOs or random nonprofit boards with the nuclear button. We will need the government to manage the severe safety challenges of superintelligence, to manage the fog of war of the intelligence explosion. We will need the government to deploy superintelligence to defend against whatever extreme threats unfold. 2. Make it through the extraordinarily volatile and destabilized international situation that will follow. We will need the government to mobilize a democratic coalition to win the race with Situational Awareness 143. Authoritarian powers, and forge and enforce a non-proliferation regime for the rest of the world. I wish it weren't this way, but we will need the government. Yes, regardless of the administration. In any case, my main claim is not normative, but descriptive. In a few years, the project will be on the path to the project. A turn of events seared into my memory is late February to mid-March of 2020. In those last weeks of February and early days of March, I was in utter despair. It seemed clear that we were on the COVID exponential. A plague was about to sweep the country. The collapse of our hospitals was imminent, and yet almost nobody took it seriously. The mayor of New York was still dismissing COVID fears as racism and encouraging people to go to Broadway shows. All I could do was buy masks and short the market. And yet within just a few weeks, the entire country shut down, and Congress had appropriated trillions of dollars, literally 10% of GDP. Seeing where the exponential might go ahead of time was too hard, but when the threat got close enough, existential enough, extraordinary forces were unleashed. The response was late, crude, blunt, but it came, and it was dramatic. The next few years in AI will feel similar. We're in the mid-game now. 2023 was already a wild shift. AGI went from a fringe topic you'd be hesitant to associate with to the subject of major Senate hearings and summits of world leaders. Given how early we are still, the level of USG engagement has been impressive to me. A couple more 2023s, and the Overton window will be blown completely open. As we race through the OMs, the leaps will continue. By 2025/2026 or so, I expect the next truly shocking step changes. AI will drive $100 billion plus annual revenues for big tech companies and outcompete PhDs and raw problem-solving smarts. Much as Situational Awareness 144. The COVID stock market collapse made many take COVID seriously. We'll have $10T companies and the AI mania will be everywhere. If that's not enough, by 2027/28, we'll have models trained on the $100 billion plus cluster, full-fledged AI agents/drop-in. Remote workers will start to widely automate software engineering and other cognitive jobs. Each year, the acceleration will feel dizzying. While many don't yet see the possibility of AGI, eventually, a consensus will form. Some, like Szilard, saw the possibility of an atomic bomb much earlier than others. Their alarm was not well received initially. The possibility of a bomb was dismissed as remote, or at least, it was felt that the conservative and proper thing was to play down the possibility. Szilard's fervent secrecy appeals were mocked and ignored, but many scientists, initially skeptical, started realizing a bomb was possibly as more and more empirical results came in. Once a major ITY of scientists came to believe we were on the cusp of a bomb. The government, in turn, saw the national security exigency as too great, and the Manhattan Project got underway. As the OMs go from theoretical extrapolation to extraordinary, empirical reality, gradually, a consensus will form, too. Among the leading scientists and executives in government officials, we are on the cusp of AGI, on the cusp of an intelligence explosion, on the cusp of superintelligence. And somewhere along here, we'll get the first genuinely terrifying demonstrations of AI perhaps the oft-discussed helping novices make bioweapons or autonomously hacking critical systems or something else entirely. It will become clear this technology will be an utterly decisive military technology. Even if we're lucky enough to not be in a major war, it seems likely that the CCP will have taken notice and launched a formidable AGI effort, perhaps the eventual, inevitable discovery of the CCP's infiltration of America's leading AI labs will cause a big stir. Somewhere around 26/27 or so, the mood in Washington will become somber. People will start to viscerally feel what is happening. They will be scared. From the halls of the Pentagon to the backroom congressional briefings will ring the obvious. Situational Awareness 145. Question. The question on everybody's minds. Do we need an AGI Manhattan Project? Slowly at first, then all at once, it will become clear. This is happening. Things are going to get wild. This is the most important challenge for the national security of the United States since the invention of the atomic bomb. In one form or another, the national security state will get very heavily involved. The project will be the necessary, indeed the only plausible, response. Of course, this is an extremely abbreviated account. A lot depends on when and how consensus forms, key warning shots, and so on. DC is infamously dysfunctional, as with COVID. And even the Manhattan Project, the government will be incredibly late and ham-fisted. After Einstein's letter to the president, in 1939, drafted by Szilard, an advisory committee on uranium was formed. But officials were incompetent, and not much happened initially. For example, Fermi only got $6,000, about $135,000 in today's dollars, to support his research, and even that was not given easily and only received after months of waiting. Szilard believed that the project was delayed for at least a year by the short-sightedness and sluggishness of the authorities. In March 1941, the British government finally concluded a bomb was inevitable. The U.S. committee initially entirely ignored this British report for months until finally in December 1941, a full-scale atomic bomb effort was launched. There are many ways this could be operationalized in practice. To be clear, this doesn't need to look like literal nationalization, with AI lab researchers now employed by the military or whatever, though it might. Footnote 113 rather, I expect a more suave orchestration. The relationship with the DoD might look like the relationship the DoD has with Boeing or Lockheed Martin, perhaps via defense contracting or similar, a joint venture between the major cloud compute providers, AI labs, and the government is established, making it functionally a project of the national security state, much like the AI labs voluntarily made commitments to the White House in 2023. Western labs might more or less voluntarily agree to merge in the national effort, and likely Congress will have to be involved, given the trillions of investment involved, and for checks and balances. Footnote 114. How all these details shake out is a story for another day. Footnote 113. Note that while private companies help develop components for nuclear weapons, they are never allowed to possess a completed and assembled nuclear weapon. In comparison, the mainline version of the AGI government project I am putting forward here is unprecedentedly privatized for the WMD reference class. Footnote 114. Congress, even the vice president, didn't know about the Manhattan Project. We probably shouldn't repeat that here. I'd even suggest that key officials for the project require Senate confirmation. Situational Awareness 146. But by late 26/27/28 it will be underway. The core AGI research team, a few hundred researchers, will move to a secure location. The trillion-dollar cluster will be built in record speed. The project will be on. Why the project is the only way. I am under no illusions about the government. Governments face all sorts of limitations and poor incentives. I am a big believer in the American private sector and would almost never advocate for heavy government involvement in technology or industry. I used to apply this same framework to AGI until I joined an AI lab. AI labs are very good at some things. They've been able to take AI from an academic science project to the commercial big stage in a way only a startup can. But ultimately, AI labs are still startups. We simply shouldn't expect startups to be equipped to handle superintelligence. There are no good options here, but I don't see another way. When a technology becomes this important for national SECU righty, we will need the USG. Superintelligence will be the United States' most important national defense project. I've discussed the power of superintelligence in previous pieces. Within years, superintelligence would completely shake up the military balance of power. By the early 2030s, the entirety of the U.S. arsenal, like it or not, the bedrock of global peace and security, will probably be obsolete. It will not just be a matter of modernization, but a wholesale replacement. Simply put, it will become clear that the development of AGI will fall in a category more like nukes than the internet. Yes, of course it'll be dual use, but nuclear technology was dual use too. The civilian applications will have their time. But in Situational Awareness 147, the fog of the AGI endgame, for better or for worse, national security will be the primary backdrop. We will need to completely reshape U.S. forces within a matter of years in the face of rapid technological change or risk, being completely outmatched by adversaries who do. Perhaps, most of all, the initial priority will be to deploy superintelligence for defensive applications to develop countermeasures to survive untold new threats, adversaries with superhuman hacking capabilities, new classes of stealthy drone swarms that could execute a preemptive strike on our nuclear deterrent, the proliferation of advances in synthetic biology that can be weaponized, turbulent international and national power struggles, and rogue superintelligence projects. Whether nominally private or not, the AGI project will be integrally a defense project, and it will require extremely close cooperation with the national security state, a sane chain of command for superintelligence. The power and the challenges of superintelligence will fall into a very different reference class than anything else we're used to seeing from tech companies. It seems pretty clear this should not be under the unilateral command of a random CEO. Indeed, in the private labs developing superintelligence world, it's quite plausible individual CEOs would have the power to literally coup the U.S. government. Footnote 115. Imagine if Elon Musk had final command of the nuclear arsenal. Footnote 116. Or if a random nonprofit board could decide to seize control of the nuclear arsenal. Footnote 115. It wouldn't even require cooperation from AI lab employees at this point, since they'll have been mostly automated by this point. Footnote 116. And as Sam Altman once said, every year we get closer to AGI, everybody will gain plus 10 crazy points. It is perhaps obvious, but as a society, we've decided democratic governments should control the military. Footnote 117. Superintelligence will be, at least at first, the most powerful military weapon. The radical proposal is not the project. The radical proposal is taking a bet on private AI CEOs wielding military power and becoming benevolent dictators. Footnote 117. In fact, the government having the biggest guns was an enormous civilizational achievement, rather than medieval-like fights of all against all. We would sort out disagreements via courts, pluralistic institutions, and so on. Indeed, in the private AI lab world, it would likely be even worse than random CEOs with the nuclear button part of AI. Situational Awareness 148. Labs' abysmal security is their utter lack of internal controls. That is, random AI lab employees with zero vetting could go rogue unnoticed. We will need a sane chain of command, along with all the other processes and safeguards that necessarily come with responsibly wielding what will be comparable to a WMD, and it'll require the government to do so. In some sense, this is simply a Burkean argument. The institutions, constitutions, laws, courts, checks and balances, norms, and common dedication to the liberal democratic order, e.g., generals refusing to follow illegal orders, and so on that check the power of the government have withstood the test of hundreds of years. Special AI lab governance structures, meanwhile, collapsed the first time they were tested. The U.S. military could already kill basic ally every civilian in the United States or seize power, if it wanted to, and the way we keep government power over nuclear weapons in check is not through lots of private companies with their own nuclear arsenals. There's only one chain of command and set of institutions that has proven itself up to this task. Again, Perhaps you are a true libertarian and disagree normatively. Let Elon Musk and Sam Altman command their own nuclear arsenals. Footnote 118. But once it becomes clear that superintelligence is a principal matter of national security, I'm sure this is how the men and women in DC will look at it. Footnote 118. Or perhaps you say, just open source everything. The issue with simply open sourcing everything is that it's not a happy world of 1,000 flowers blooming in the U.S., but a world in which the CCP has free access to U.S.-developed superintelligence and can outbuild and apply less caution/regulation and take over the world. And the other issue, of course, is the proliferation of super WMDs to every rogue state and terrorist group in the world. I don't think it'll end. Well, it's a bit like how having no government at all is more likely to lead to tyranny or destruction than freedom. In any case, people overrate the importance of open source as we get closer to AGI, given cluster costs escalating to hundreds of billions and key algorithmic secrets now being proprietary rather than published as they were a couple years ago. It'll be 2 to 3 or so leading players rather than some happy community of decentralized coders building AGI. I do think a different variant of open source will continue to play an important role. Models that lag a couple years behind being open sourced, helping the benefits of the technology diffuse broadly. The civilian uses of superintelligence. Of course, that doesn't mean the civilian applications of superintelligence will be reserved for the government. The nuclear chain reaction was first harnessed as a government project and nuclear weapons permanently reserved for the government, but civilian nuclear and energy flourished as private projects in the 60s and 70s. Before environmentalists shut it down, Boeing made the B-29 the most expensive defense R&D project during World War II, more expensive than the Manhattan Situational Awareness 149 TAM project and the B-47 and B-52 long-range bombers, in partnership with the military, before using that technology for the Boeing 707, the commercial plane that ushered in the jet era. And today, while Boeing can only sell stealth fighter jets to the government, it can freely develop and sell civilian jets privately. And so it went for radar, satellites, rockets, gene technology, World War II factories, and so on. The initial development of superintelligence will be dominated by the national security exigency to survive and stabilize an incredibly volatile period. In the military, uses of superintelligence will remain reserved for the government, and safety norms will be enforced. But once the initial peril has passed, the natural path is for the companies involved in the national consortium and others to privately pursue civilian applications, even in worlds with the project, a private, pluralistic, market-based, flourishing ecosystem of civilian applications of superintelligence will have its day. Security. I've gone on about this at length in a previous piece in the SE Rise. On the current course, we may as well give up on having any American AGI effort. China can promptly steal all the algorithmic breakthroughs and the model weights, literally a copy of superintelligence, directly. It's not even clear we'll get to North Korea-proof security for superintelligence on the current course. In the private startups developing AGI world, superintelligence would proliferate to dozens of rogue states. It's simply untenable. If we're going to be at all serious about this, we obviously need to lock this stuff down. Most private companies have failed to take this seriously. But in any case, if we are to eventually face the full force of Chinese espionage, e.g., stealing the weights, being the MSS's #1 priority, it's probably impossible for a private company to get good enough security. It will require Situational Awareness 150. Extensive cooperation from the U.S. intelligence community at that point to sufficiently secure AGI. This will involve invasive restrictions on AI labs and on the core team of AGI researchers. From extreme vetting to constant monitoring to working from a SCF to reduced freedom to leave. And it will require infrastructure only the government can provide, ultimately including the physical security of the AGI data centers themselves. In some sense, security alone is sufficient to necessitate the government project, both the free world's preeminence in AI safety are doomed if we can't lock this stuff down. In fact, I think it's fairly likely to be a major factor in the ultimate trigger Once the Chinese infiltration of the AGI labs becomes clear, every senator and congressperson and national security official will have a strong opinion on the matter. Safety. Simply put, there are a lot of ways for us to mess this up. From ensuring we can reliably control and trust the billions of superintelligent agents that will soon be in charge of our economy and military, the superalignment problem, to controlling the risks of misuse of new means of mass destruction. Some AI labs claim to be committed to safety, acknowledging that what they are building, if gone awry, could cause catastrophe, and promising that they will do what is necessary when the time comes. I do not know if we can trust their promise enough to stake the lives of every American on it. More importantly, so far, they have not demonstrated the competence, trustworthiness, or seriousness necessary for what they themselves acknowledge they are building. At core, they are startups with all the usual commercial incentives. Competition could push all of them to simply race through the intelligence explosion, and there will at least be some actors that will be willing to throw safety by the wayside. In particular, we may want to spin some of our lead to have time to solve safety challenges, but Western labs will need to coordinate to do so. And of course, private labs will have already had their AGI weights stolen, so their safety pre. Situational Awareness 151. Cautions won't even matter, will be at the mercy of the CCPs. And North Korea's safety precautions. One answer is regulation. That may be appropriate in worlds in which AI develops more slowly, but I fear that regulation simply won't be up to the nature of the challenge of the intelligence explosion. What's necessary will be less like spending a few years doing careful evaluations and pushing some safety standards through a bureaucracy. It'll be more like fighting a war. We'll face an insane year in which the situation is shifting extremely rapidly every week, in which hard calls based on ambiguous data will be life or death, in which the solutions, even the problems themselves, won't be close to fully clear ahead of time but come down to competence in a fog of war, which will involve insane trade-offs like some of our alignment may assurements are looking ambiguous. We don't really understand what's going on anymore. It might be fine, but there's some warning signs that the next generation of superintelligence might go awry. Should we delay the next training run by 3 months to get more confidence on safety? But oh no, the latest intelligence reports indicate China stole our weights and is racing ahead on their own intelligence explosion. What should we do? I'm not confident that a government project would be competent in dealing with this, but the superintelligence developed by startups alternative seems much closer to praying for the best than commonly recognized. We'll need a chain of command that can bring to the table the seriousness that making these difficult trade-offs will require. Stabilizing the international situation. The intelligence explosion and its immediate aftermath will bring forth one of the most volatile and tense situations mankind has ever faced. Our generation is not used to this. But in this initial period, the task at hand will not be to build cool products. It will be to somehow, desperately, make it through this period. We'll need the government project to win the race against the Situational Awareness 152. Authoritarian powers, and to give us the clear lead and breath room necessary to navigate the perils of this situation. We might as well give up if we can't prevent the instant theft of superintelligence model weights. We will want to bundle Western efforts, bring together our best scientists, use every GPU we can find, and ensure the trillions of dollars of cluster build-outs happen in the United States. We will need to protect the data centers against adversary sabotage or outright attack. Perhaps, most of all, it will take American leadership to develop, and if necessary, enforce a non-proliferation regime. We'll need to subvert Russia, North Korea, Iran, and terrorist groups from using their own superintelligence to develop technology and weaponry that would let them hold the world hostage. We'll need to use superintelligence to harden the security of our critical infrastructure, military, and government to defend against extreme new hacking capabilities. We'll need to use superintelligence to stabilize the offense/defense balance of advances in biology or similar. We'll need to develop tools to safely control superintelligence and to shut down rogue superintelligences that come out of others' uncareful projects. AI systems and robots will be moving at 10-100x plus human speed. Everything will start happening extremely quickly. We need to be ready to handle whatever other Six Sigma upheavals and concomitant threats come out of compressing a century's worth of technological progress into a few years. At least in this initial period, we will be faced with the most extraordinary national security exigency. Perhaps nobody is up for this task. But of the options we have, the project is the only sane one. The project is inevitable, whether it's good or not. Ultimately, my main claim here is descriptive. Whether we like it or not, superintelligence won't look like an SF startup, and in some way will be primarily in the domain of national security. I've brought up the project a lot to my San Francisco friends in the past year. Perhaps what surprised me most is Situational Awareness 153. How surprised most people are about the idea. They simply haven't considered the possibility, but once they consider it, most agree that it seems obvious. If we are at all right about what we think we are building, of course, by the end this will be, in some form, a government project. If a lab developed literal superintelligence tomorrow, of course the feds would step in. One important free variable is not if but when. Does the government not realize what's happening until we're in the middle of an intelligence explosion, or will it realize a couple years beforehand? If the government project is inevitable, earlier seems better. We'll dearly need those couple years to do the security crash program, to get the key officials up to speed and prepared to build a functioning merge lab, and so on. It'll be far more chaotic if the government only steps in at the very end, and the secrets and weights will have already been stolen. Another important free variable is the international coalition. We can rally both a tighter alliance of democracies for develop ING superintelligence and a broader benefit-sharing offer made to the rest of the world. The former might look like the Quebec Agreement, a secret pact between Churchill and Roosevelt to pool their resources to develop nuclear weapons while not using them against each other or against others without mutual consent. We want to bring in the UK, D-Mind, East Asian allies like Japan and South Korea, chip supply chain, and NATO/other core democratic allies, broader industrial base. A united effort will have more resources, talent, and control the whole supply chain, enable close coordination on safety, national security, and military challenges, and provide helpful checks and balances on wielding the power of superintelligence. The latter might look like atoms for peace, the IAEA, and the NPT. We should offer to share the peaceful benefits of superintelligence with a broader group of countries, include ING non-democracies, and commit to not offensively using superintelligence against them. In exchange, they refrain from pursuing their own superintelligence projects, make Situational Awareness 154. Safety commitments on the deployment of AI systems, and accept restrictions on dual-use applications. The hope is that this offer reduces the incentives for arms races and proliferation and brings a broad coalition under a U.S.-led umbrella for the post-superintelligence world order. Perhaps the most important free variable is simply whether the inevitable government project will be competent. How will it be organized? How can we get this done? How will the checks and balances work? And what does a sane chain of command look like? Scarcely any attention has gone into figuring this out. Footnote 119. Almost all other AI lab and AI governance politicking is a sideshow. This is the ballgame. Footnote 119. To my progress studies brethren, you should think about this. This will be the culmination of your intellectual project. You spend all this time studying American government research institutions, their decline over the last half-century, and what it would take to make them effective again. Tell me, how will we make the project effective? The endgame. And so by 27 of 28, the endgame will be on. By 28/29, the intelligence explosion will be underway. By 2030, we will have summoned superintelligence in all its power and might. Whoever they put in charge of the project is going to have a hell of a task to build AGI, and to build it fast, to put the American economy on wartime footing, to make hundreds of millions of GPUs, to lock it all down, weed out the spies, and fend off all-out attacks by the CCP, to somehow manage 100 million AGIs, furiously automating AI research, making a decade's leaps in a year, and soon producing AI systems vastly smarter than the smartest humans, to somehow keep things together enough that this doesn't go off the rails and produce rogue superintelligence that tries to seize control from its human overseers, to use those superintelligences to develop Whatever new technologies will be necessary to stabilize the situation and stay ahead of adversaries, rapidly remaking U.S. forces to integrate those, all while navigating what will likely be the tensest international situation ever seen. They better be. Good, I'll say that. Figure 38, Oppenheimer and Groves. For those of us who get the call to come along for the ride, it'll be stressful, but it will be our duty to serve the free. Situational Awareness 155. World and all of humanity. If we make it through and get to look back on those years, it will be the most important thing we ever did. And while whatever secure facility they find probably won't have the pleasantries of today's ridiculously overcomped AI researcher lifestyle, it won't be so bad. SF already feels like a peculiar AI researcher college town. Probably. This won't be so different. It'll be the same weirdly small circle, sweating the scaling curves during the day and hanging out over the weekend, kibitzing over AGI and the lab politics of the day. Except, well, the stakes will be all too real. See you in the desert, friends. Figure 39. Reunion of atomic scientists. On the 4th anniversary of the first controlled nuclear fission reaction at Chicago. Parting thoughts. What if we're right? I remember the spring of 1941 to this day. I realized then that a nuclear bomb was not only possible, it was inevitable. Sooner or later, these ideas could not be peculiar to us. Everybody would think about them before long, and some country would put them into action. And there was nobody to talk to about it. I had many sleepless nights, but I did realize how very, very serious it could be. And I had then to start taking sleeping pills. It was the only remedy. I've never stopped since then. It's 28 years. And I don't think I've missed a single night in all those 28 years. James Chadwick, Physics Nobel laureate and author of the 1941 British government report on the inevitability of an atomic bomb, which finally spurred the Manhattan Project into action. Before the decade is out, we will have built superintelligence. That is what most of this series has been about. For most people I talk to in SF, that's where the screen goes black. But the decade after, the 2030s, will be at least as eventful. By the end of it, the world will have been utterly, unrecognizably transformed. A new world order will have been forged. But, alas, that's a story for another time. We must come to a close for now. Let me make a few final remarks. Situational Awareness 157. AGI Realism. This is all much to contemplate, and many cannot. Deep learning is hitting a wall, they proclaim, every year. It's just another tech boom, the pundits say confidently. But even among those at the SF epicenter, the discourse has become polarized between two fundamentally unserious rallying cries. On the one end, there are the doomers. They have been obsessing over AGI for many years. I give them a lot of credit for their prescience. But their thinking has become ossified, untethered from the empirical realities of deep learning. Their proposals naive and unworkable, and they fail to engage with the very real authoritarian threat. Rabid claims of 99% odds of doom, calls to indefinitely pause AI, they are clearly not the way. On the other end are the E/ACCS. Narrowly, they have some good points. AI progress must continue. But beneath their shallow Twitter shitposting, they are a sham, dilettantes who just want to build their wrapper startups rather than stare AGI in the face. They claim to be ardent defenders of American freedom, but can't resist the siren song of unsavory dictators. Cash. In truth, they are real stagnationists. In their attempt to deny the risks, they deny AGI. Essentially, all we'll get is cool chatbots, which surely aren't dangerous. That's some underwhelming accelerationism in my book. But as I see it, the smartest people in the space have converged on a different perspective, a third way, one I will dub AGI. Realism. The core tenets are simple. Superintelligence is a matter of national security. We are rapidly building machines smarter than the smartest humans. This is not another cool Silicon Valley boom. This isn't some random community of coders writing an innocent open-source software package. This isn't fun and games. Superintelligence is going to be wild. It will be the most powerful weapon mankind has ever built. And for any of us involved, it'll be the most important thing we ever do. Situational Awareness 158. 2. America must lead. The torch of liberty will not survive she getting AGI first. And, realistically, American leadership is the only path to safe AGI too. That means we can't simply pause. It means we need to rapidly scale up U.S. power production to build the AGI clusters in the U.S. But it also means amateur startup security delivering the nuclear secrets to the CCP won't cut it anymore. And it means the core AGI infrastructure must be controlled by America, not some dictator. In the Middle East, American AI labs must put the national interest first. We need to not screw it up. Recognizing the power of superintelligence also means recognizing its peril. There are very real safety risks, very real risks this all goes awry, whether it be because mankind uses the destructive power brought forth for our mutual annihilation, or because, yes, the alien species we're summoning is one we cannot yet fully control. These are manageable, but improvising won't cut it. Navigating these perils will require good people bringing a level of seriousness to the table that has not yet been offered. As the acceleration intensifies, I only expect the discourse to get more shrill. But my greatest hope is that there will be those who feel the weight of what is coming and take it as a solemn call to duty. What if we're right? At this point, you may think that I and all the other SF folk are totally crazy. But consider, just for a moment, what if they're right? These are the people who invented and built this technology. They think AGI will be developed this decade, and though there's a fairly wide spectrum, many of them take very seriously the possibility that the road to superintelligence will play out as I've described in this series. Almost certainly I've gotten important parts of the story wrong. If reality turns out to be anywhere near this crazy, the error bars will be very large. Moreover, as I said at the outset, I think there's a wide range of possibilities, but I think it is Situational Awareness 159. Tend to be concrete. And in this series I've laid out what I currently believe is the single most likely scenario for the rest of this decade. Because it's starting to feel real, very real. A few years ago, at least for me, I took these ideas seriously, but they were abstract, quarantined in models and probability estimates. Now it feels extremely visceral. I can see it. I can see how AGI will be built. It's no longer about estimates of human brain size and hypotheticals and theoretical extrapolations and all that. I can basically tell you the cluster AGI will be trained on. And when it will be built, the rough combination of algorithms we'll use, the unsolved problems, and the path to solving them. The list of people that will matter. I can see it. It is extremely visceral. Sure, going all in leverage long NVIDIA in early 2023 has been great and all, but the burdens of history are heavy. I would not choose this. But the scariest realization is that there is no crack team coming to handle this. As a kid, you have this glorified view of the world. That when things get real, there are the heroic scientists, the uber-competent military men, the calm leaders who are on it, who will save the day. It is not so. The world is incredibly small. When the facade comes off, it's usually just a few folks behind the scenes who are the live players, who are desperately trying to keep things from falling apart. Right now, there's perhaps a few hundred people in the world who realize what's about to hit us, who understand just how crazy things are about to get, who have situational awareness. I probably either personally know or am one degree of separation from everyone who could plausibly run the project. The few folks behind the scenes who are desperately trying to keep things from falling apart are you and your buddies in there. Buddies. That's it. That's all there is. Someday it will be out of our hands. But right now, at least for the next few years of mid-game, the fate of the world rests on these people. Will the free world prevail? Situational Awareness 160. Will we tame superintelligence, or will it tame us? Will humanity skirt self-destruction once more? The stakes are no less. These are great and honorable people, but they are just PEOPLE. Soon, the AIs will be running the world, but we're in for one last rodeo. May their final stewardship bring honor to mankind. Appendix. Some additional details on compute back of the envelope calculcatians. Training compute. Year. The OpenAI GPT for Tech report stated that GPT for finished training in August 2022. Thereafter we play forward the rough 0.5 OM/year trend. H100S equivalent. Semi-analysis, JP Morgan, and others estimate GPT for was trained on 25K A100S, and H100S are 2-3x the performance of A100S. Cost. Often people cite numbers like $100M for GPT for train ing, using just the rental cost of the GPUs, i.e., something like, how much would it cost to rent this size cluster for 3 months of training? But that's a mistake. What matters is something more like the actual cost to build the cluster. If you want one of the largest clusters in the world, you can't just rent it for 3 months. And moreover, you need the compute for more than just the flagship training run. There will be lots of de-risking, experiments, failed runs, other models, etc., to approximate the GPT for cluster cost. The public estimates suggest the GPT for cluster being around 25K A100S. Situational Awareness 163. Assuming $1/A100 hour for 2 to 3 years gives roughly a $500 million cost. Alternatively, you can estimate it as $25,000 cost per H100, 10K. H100S equivalent, and NVIDIA GPUs being around half the cost of a cluster, the rest being power, the physical data center, cooling, networking, maintenance personnel, etc. 4. Example, this total cost of ownership analysis estimates that around 40% of a large cluster cost is the H100 GPUs itself, and another 13% goes to NVIDIA for InfiniBand networking. That said, excluding cost of capital in that calculation would mean the GPUs are about 50% of the cost, and with network ing, NVIDIA gets a bit over 60% of the cost of the cluster. ICE improving somewhat for React video generation, but notating.eg, the H100 minus B100 is likely something like 1.5x flop slash. B100S are effectively 2 H100S stapled together, but retailing for 2x the cost. But the B100 was somewhat of an exception. They are surprisingly cheap, likely because NVIDIA wants to crush competition. By contrast, A100S H100S weren't much of a flop slash dollar improvement, 2x better chip. Without FP8, roughly 2x the cost, maybe 1.5x if we count FP8 improvements, and that was for a 2-year generation. While I think there are some tailwinds to further flop slash improvements from margin compression, GPUs might also get more expensive hay become a massive like constraint. Gains from AI chip specialization will continue. Viewed it's not clear there will still begin minus changing technical improvements to flop slash coming, given chips are already pretty specialized for AI, e.g. specialized for transformers, and already at FP8/FP4. Precision, Moore's law is glacial these days, and other bottleneck components like memory and interconnect are improving more slowly. If you look at Epic's data, there seems to be less than a 10x in flop/dollar over the past decade for top ML GPUs. And for the aforementioned reasons, if anything, I'd expect this to slow down. Something like a 35% per year improvement in flop slash would give us 1 tost forth plus 4 ohm cluster. Maybe flop slash improves faster, but also data center capex is going to get more. Situational Awareness 164. Expensive simply because you'll need to actually build new power, doing a lot of capex up front, rather than just renting existing depreciated power plants. These are just very rough numbers anyway. It would be very much within error bars if e.g. the 1T cluster can be done more efficiently and actually yields more like plus 4.5 ohms on compute cost. An H100 is 700W, but there's a bunch of data center power you need: cooling, networking, storage, semi-analysis. Estimates 1 for 100W per H100. There are some gains to be had on flop/what, though once we've exhausted the gains from AI chip specialization, see previous footnote, e.g. gone down to the lowest possible pre-cis ion. These seem somewhat limited, mostly just chip process improvements, which are slow. That said, as power becomes more of a constraint, and thus a larger fraction of costs, chip designs might specialize to more power efficiency at the costs of flops. Still, there is still the power demand for cooling, networking, storage, and so on, which in the H100 numbers above was already roughly half the power demand. 4. These back-of-the-envelope numbers, let's work with 1 kilowatt per H100, equivalent here. Again, these are just rough back-of-the-envelope calculations. And if there were an unexpected flop/what breakthrough, I'd expect the same power expenditure, just bigger OM compute gains. Power reference classes. A 10 gigawatts cluster run continuously for a year is 87.6 TWh. By comparison, Oregon consumes about 27 TWh of electricity annually. Washington State consumes about 92 TWh annually. A 100 gigawatts cluster run continuously for a year is 876 TWh, while total annual U.S. electricity production is about 4,250 TWh. Click here to return back to the training compute table. Situational Awareness 165. Overall compute. H100 equivalents this year. I estimate NVIDIA is going to ship on the order of 5M data center GPUs in 2024. A minority of those are B100S, which will count as 2X plus H100S. Then there's the other AI chips, TPUs, Trainium, Meta's custom silicon, AMD GPUs, etc. TSMC capacity. TSMC has capacity for over 150K 5 nanometers wafers per month, is ramping to 100K 3 nanometers wafers per month, and likely another 150K or so 7 nanometers wafers per month. Let's call it 400K wafers per month in total. Let's say roughly 35 hours 100 seconds per wafer. H100S are made on 5 nanometers at 5 to 10 million H100 equivalents in 2024. That's 150K 300K wafers per year for annual AI chip production in 2024. Depending on where in that range and whether we want to count 7 nanometers production, that's about 3 to 10% of annual leading-edge wafer production. Click here to return back to the overall compute table.